Oh goodness. Wow, this music is slapping so hard. It's slapping so hard, which I'm okay with. How's it going? Cthulhu, good to see you. Anyone else who's out there, hi. I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. Most of the time I play video games with my camera off. Sometimes we do other stuff like cosplay and playing music and other things, making art and whatnot. Today, we're going down a Wikipedia rabbit hole, which is what we do on Sundays. So, welcome to that. Cthulhu, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Today is episode 20, which is wild to me. And the letter T is the 20th letter of the ISO alphabet, which we'll read about in a minute here. So, if you have a topic that starts with the letter T, all of the different things that we're reading about on Wikipedia today start with the letter T. That's that. That's it. That's all. Oh, just a little housekeeping, just a little bit. On Friday, it's my birthday. And so I will be doing a 24-hour stream, which I've never done before, and it's maybe a mistake, but but I'm excited about it. I don't know, maybe I'm underestimating my abilities, but I think it's going to be fun. So if you're around Friday or Saturday, you should come wish me a happy birthday. I'm not even going to pretend you shouldn't. I'm going to go ahead and say that you should. So that's that, okay? Okay. Let's see. Been bored all day. Woke up after 3 hours of sleep. Never awake during the day. Don't know what to do. Glad I have someone finally go live to save me. Welcome! I'm here for you, Cthulhu. Are you normally a night shifter? Do you stay awake during the night and then sleep during the day? I did not know this about you, but welcome. I'm sorry you didn't get sleep. I hope you got some good sleep soon. Cthulhu, how's the volume of music between my voice and music? Is it too much? Part of it is that there's like a lot of saxophone happening right now, which I don't mind, but I'm gonna go ahead and change it to some chiller things. Something a little bit more, you know what I mean? But yeah, let me know if I need to turn my voice down or music up or whatnot. Volume's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, shall we get into it? Cthulhu, if you have a topic that starts with the letter T, let me know. No pressure if not. I've got a few topics like in my back pocket ready to go. So we're in it. We're doing it. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. Oops, I don't have things. Let's do this thing, even though I don't have things set up correctly. Yay! It's fine. It'll just take me 2 seconds. Yay! There it is. Beautiful. Love that for us. Here we are. Here we are. Love that for us. We're in it. Night shifter. Got it. Insomnia is hell. The last couple weeks, I can absolutely relate. I struggled so badly with insomnia the last couple weeks. I'm finally back to being able to sleep again, but it was a rough ski. Sleeping disorders, ADHD. Yep. Totally. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're able to relax even if you're not able to sleep. You know what I mean? Let me do something real quick. I feel like maybe the display settings. Yeah, I figured as much. Is that better? Let's see. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, cool. The letter T. The letter T. 20th letter in the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is T, pronounced T, plural, T's. It is derived from the Semitic text X of the Phoenician Paleo-Hebrew script. Let's take a look. I had forgotten how to do a T in cursive. This feels wrong to me. I love how much I disagree with Wikipedia as if I know more than Wikipedia. I don't. T word, I thought it was trigonometry, Jesus Christ. Trigonometry. Transgender would also be cool. Okay, let's do both. Why not? Usually, Cthulhu, I'm a stickler and I'm like, we can only do one of your topics, but since you're the only one here, fuck it. Although, hello lurkers, I see you and I love you. So transgender, wiki, how do you spell trigonometry? Trigonometry. Wiki. Beautiful. Love that. Love that for us. We'll start with trigonometry. Then we'll read about transgender. I'll tell you what else I've got. I've got tardigrade. I've got tetrodontidae. And I've got Mac tonight. That's what I've got on the agenda thus far. So that's what we're working with so far. I imagine a lot of the USA people, all the folks in the United States like me are doing 4th of July things. But I'm good with it. I'm good with you and me, Cthulhu. Let's see. Oh, the history of tea. It starts out kind of like a tea and it just stays a tea, huh? All right. Good shit. Shall we read about trigonometry? Are you prepared? I'm prepared. Are you prepared? I say I'm prepared, and then the math and science ones, my brain is always just like, I'm sorry, what? But I will try my best. All right, trigonometry is a branch. Oh wait, trigonon, triangle, metron, measure. I like that. I didn't ever know that. All right, so it is a branch of mathematics that studies relationships between side lengths and angles of triangles. The field emerged in the Hellenistic world during the 3rd century BC from applications of geometry to astronomical studies. The Greeks focused on the calculation of chords, while mathematicians in India created the earliest known tables of values for trigonometric ratios. There it is. Also called trigonometric functions as sine. Never learned about trigonometry. I don't even know what it is, so I'm excited. Dude, same. Okay, good. We're on the same page. I was like, I did geometry. I did algebra. That is about as far as I got. Did I do pre-calc? Not in high school. Maybe I did some pre-calc in like college, but even then, geometry, algebra, that's as far as I went. I remember sine and cosine being a thing, but like what they actually mean, you got me. Let's see. Throughout history, trigonometry has been applied in areas such as geodesy. What the fuck is geodesy? We're going to learn so much. Geodesy is the earth science, please, of accurately measuring and understanding Earth's figure, orientation in space, and gravity. Fancy! Geodesy, surveying, celestial mechanics, and navigation. Wow. Failed my 3rd year math class 3 years in a row. Nice. Hell yeah. That's where I'm at. Beautiful. Love that for you. It's funny. I always thought growing up that I was terrible at math, but then I realized as an adult that really I just had teachers that didn't explain it to me in a way that like made sense to me. And also I don't even know that I was ever actually bad at math. I was one of those kids that like got straight A's and I was like, I'm terrible. So that just says a whole lot more about my psyche than anything else. But so I went to community college. I had gone to music school. They made us take a like math for the liberal arts class, which was like all I remember was like Venn diagrams and like I don't even remember, honestly. It was like an 8 a.m. class my freshman year of college, which was a huge mistake. Dropped out of music school, decided to go back to college, went to community college, at which point they were like, okay, like you probably need something beyond math for the liberal arts. And so at that point, I remember taking like remedial math, and then like a basic college algebra class, like level. And I think it was at that point that I was like, oh, I'm actually not that bad at math. And then I ended up teaching GED prep for a while. And so for GED prep, I had to teach math. And so that's interesting because you had to teach basically elementary, junior high, or I guess middle school and like high school math, depending on the level of your students. So it was this interesting kind of refresher in terms of like trying to like figure out how to, first of all, how to make sense of math for myself and then how to like relay that to other people, you know? So yeah, I don't think I'm as bad at math as I like tell myself I am, if that makes sense. Thought I didn't understand maths. Turns out my teachers were just ableists. See? Totally Cthulhu. And that's like, here's the unfortunate thing, that's like so common, specifically with math for whatever reason. I don't know why. I think like in general, like what we would call like the hard sciences, quote unquote, like I think there's a lot of like ableism there. And I also think there's a lot of like sexism there for people that are assigned female at birth. Like there's a lot that goes into it. Yeah. Ableist, man. Let's see. Trigonometry is known for its many identities. These trigonometric identities are commonly used for this is gonna be one of those days, huh? Rewriting trigonometrical expressions with the aim to simplify an expression, to find a more useful form of an expression, or to solve an equation. Now we know. All right, Cthulhu, is there anything in particular that you would like to hone in on? We've got the history. We've got trigonometric ratios in mnemonics. Trigonometric functions of real or complex variables. Applications. Applications I find kind of interesting. Identities. I don't even know what that means. History. Cool. All right, cool. So yeah, I'm thinking history. I'm curious about mnemonics, and then maybe go down to applications. Applications. Okay, cool. Yeah. We're on the same page, I think. Used to make my calculations so complicated. Like I would go a very long way, but it made sense to me. It gave me the right answer, but since it wasn't the teacher's way, I'd lose a point. Dude, I so relate to that. I so relate to that. And I think that's what's frustrating is that, like, with any subject, really there are multiple learning pathways, right? In order to get from point A to understanding, right? And so there are observable, measurable, like, learning pathways that are like statistically the most like efficient, right? But that's based on neurotypical standards. And it's fucked up. And honestly, like, I think that's what's so beautiful about math is that, like, you can get there so many different routes and you're going to get the same answer. And, like, as long as your method is consistent, there's no reason to say that it's not okay. You know what I mean? So frustrating. I'm sorry you went through that. And I'm sorry you went through that. And also I'm super excited and proud to hear that, like, you recognize that, like, that was not your fault, you know? Cause it wasn't. Okay, let's see. Oh, look at this guy. We're getting into it with the history. I don't know what that means, but I was surprised at this man's face. His name is Hipparchus, credited with compiling the first trigonometric table, which has been described as the father of trigonometry. What a fancy gentleman. Okay, history. Sumerian astronomers studied angle measure using division of circles into 360 degrees. They, and later the Babylonians, studied the ratios of sides of similar triangles and discovered some properties of these ratios, but did not turn that into a systematic method for finding sides and angles of triangles. The ancient Nubians used a similar method. In the 3rd century BC, Hellenistic mathematicians such as Euclid and Archimedes studied the properties of chords and inscribed angles in circles, and they proved theorems that are equivalent to modern trigonometric formulae, although they presented them geometrically rather than algebraically. Geometrically rather than algebraically. Geometrically as in we're going to show you the shape versus algebraically like we're going to show you the equation, maybe? In 140 BC, Hipparchus from Nicaea, Asia Minor, gave the first tables of chords analogous to modern tables of sine values and used them to solve problems in trigonometry and spherical trigonometry. In the 2nd century AD, the Greco-Egyptian astronomer Ptolemy from Alexandria, Egypt, constructed detailed trigonometric tables, Ptolemy's table of chords, in Book 1, Chapter 11 of his Almagest. Ptolemy used chord length to define his trigonometric functions, a minor difference from the sine convention we use today. The value we call sine can be found both by looking up the chord length for twice the angle of interest, so this is 2 sine, in Ptolemy's table, and then dividing that value by 2. Looking up the chord length for twice the angle, dividing it by 2. Okay. Centuries passed before more detailed tables were produced, and Ptolemy's treatise remained in use for performing trigonometric calculations in astronomy throughout the next 1200 years in the medieval Byzantine, Islamic, and later Western European worlds. I really decided to hurt you with the the word that's so trigonometry, that word I can say trigonometry all day. The word that I'm struggling with is trigonometric. Because I've never seen that word before. And it makes sense, but it was one that I was like, what? Trigonometric. Trigonometric. The modern sign convention is first attested in the Surya Siddhanta, and its properties were first further documented by the 5th century AD Indian mathematician and astronomer Aryabhata. These Greek and Indian works were translated and expanded by medieval Islamic mathematicians. By the 10th century, Islamic mathematicians were using all 6 trigonometric functions. See, I'm getting better at it. Had tabulated their values and were applying them to problems in spherical geometry. The Persian polymath Nasir al-Din al-Tusi has been described as the creator of trigonometry as a mathematical discipline in its own right. Nasir al-Din al-Tusi was the first to treat trigonometry as a mathematical discipline independent from astronomy, and he developed spherical trigonometry into its present form. He listed the 6 distinct cases of a right-angled triangle in spherical trigonometry, and in his On the Sector figure, he stated the law of sines for plane and spherical triangles, discovered the law of tangents for spherical triangles, and provided proofs for both these laws. Knowledge of trigonometric functions and methods reached Western Europe via Latin translations of Ptolemy's Greek Almagest. We're going with it. As well as the works of Persian and Arab astronomers such as Al-Battani and Nasir al-Din al-Tusi. One of the earliest works of we're gonna make it. We got this. Clearly we got this. I believe in us. One of the earliest works on trigonometry by a Northern European mathematician is De Triangulis, by the 15th century German mathematician Regiomontanus, who was encouraged to write and provided a copy of the Almagest by Byzantine Greek scholar Cardinal Basilios Bessarion, with whom he lived for several years. At the same time, another translation of the Almagest. I'm going to go back and forth between the two because I can't decide. From Greek into Latin was completed by the Cretan George of Trebizond. Do these names sound like alien creatures to you? Oh, Cthulhu! That's very sweet and generous of you. Thank you for this sub. That's very sweet. 2 months! Look at ya. It's very sweet and very generous. Thank you. I appreciate it. I believe. These names mean nothing to me. Help. I can't help you. All of these people contributed to what is now known as trigonometry. That is like the TLDR of what we're reading, I think, is just like, hey, by the way, this math nerd back at this time in this region of the world did this for trigonometry. Yeah, just nod in silence. That's what I'm doing mentally. Trigonometry was still so little known in the 16th century Northern Europe that Nicholas Copernicus devoted 2 chapters of De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium to explain its basic concepts. Driven by the demands of navigation and the growing need for accurate maps, that makes sense. This is making sense. Accurate maps of large geographic areas, trigonometry grew into a major branch of mathematics. Bartholomew Pitiscus was the first to use the word, publishing his Trigonometria in 1595. Gemma Frisius described for the first time the method of triangulation still used today in surveying. Wow. It was Leonard Euler who fully incorporated complex numbers into trigonometry. The works of Scottish mathematicians James Gregory in the 17th century and Colin Maclaurin in the 18th century were influential in the development of trigonometric series. Also in the 18th century, Brooke Taylor defined the general Taylor series. And now we know. Here we have a triangle. We have the hypotenuse, which I remember is like the longest part of the one of the triangles, the longest line, right? And then we have A opposite, B adjacent. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Is that this? Yes, Taylor series. That's a TV show, right? Probably. I don't know it, but probably. Okay, let's see. Mnemonics. Let's take a look at some mnemonics. Maybe this will jog some memory and help, or it'll just confuse things more. Either way, I'm here for it. A common use of mnemonics is to remember facts and relationships in trigonometry. For example, the sine, cosine, and tangent ratios in a right triangle can be remembered. Oh, I remember this shit. There was a lady in the United States that got in trouble for this, for teaching this in a very racist way. I'll explain in a minute. So can be remembered by representing them and their corresponding sides as a string of letters. For instance, the mnemonic is SOHCAHTOA. Okay, so there's this lady in the United States, this white lady, because obviously it all comes back to white ladies, just doing dumb shit. So she taught this by pretending to be Native American and wearing like a feather headdress and using this wording, this mnemonic device as I don't know, like pretending that it's like the name of like indigenous people or like their language or something, and like put on this whole skit, and it was this whole thing. And I think that method of teaching this is still like it's she's not the only person to have ever done that, right? Like that was like a very common way to like teach SOHCAHTOA, which just shows you how like deeply ingrained like racism and colonization and like imperialistic ideology with regard to like genocide of indigenous population, like that's so deeply ingrained in our culture that's like been like a normal practice. This is like up to like this year, right? But the reason she got in trouble is because now we live in a day and age where kids have cell phones and they filmed her, right? So her students filmed her to be like, this is fucked up. And so I think she got fired. I would like to think she got fired. I don't actually know, but it's like, it's wild. It's wildly racist. Like watching the way that she teaches it is just like, cringe doesn't even begin to describe it, because really it's just like harmful at the end of the day. So like that's how I remember SOHCAHTOA now, is because of that fucked up situation. Yeah, weird, right? Weird choices to be made. Weird choices, especially again like in this day and age. It's like really, and this was not too long ago. This was within like the last couple years, I want to say. Like, so this is not like. Not that like it being that far in the past would like excuse it more, but I do think that like we do have to like look at the time in which something occurs in order to like understand the culture surrounding it and supporting it, right? But like, yeah, Jesus. I'm glad I did not learn maths now. It's okay to learn maths and it's okay to learn SOHCAHTOA. There's just a way to do it that's not racist. Do you know what I mean? There's a way to do it that's not racist, and there's a way to do it that's very racist, apparently. Anyway. So one way to remember the letters is to sound them out phonetically. SOHCAHTOA, similar to Krakatoa. Krakatoa? Aha! Krakatoa, also Krakatau, is a caldera in the Sunda Strait between the islands of Java and Sumatra. Interesting. Okay, but what is a caldera? Is that like a volcano? I was about to say tornado, and I was like, well, it looks like... Okay, hold on. We need a... Do you know what a caldera is? Caldera, a large depression formed when a volcano erupts and collapses. So it's like the aftermath of a volcano. Okay, cool. Interesting. Another is to expand the letters into a sentence such as, some old hippie caught another hippie tripping on acid. Again, there are ways to teach it that are not, racist. We can just talk about hippies tripping on acid instead. I don't know shit about fuck. Same. Sine equals opposite divided by hypotenuse. Wow, words. Yeah, I'll say it again. Some old hippie caught another hippie tripping on acid. SOHCAHTOA. Sine, opposite divided by hypotenuse. Cosine, adjacent divided by hypotenuse. Tangent, opposite divided by adjacent. And now we know. Sine and cosine. I think I did have to do some basic geometry or trigonometry. I think that they do trig, a little bit of trig in both geometry and algebra, I want to say, but I could be wrong. I don't even know. It's been long enough since I took a math class, and I'm like, I'm vaguely remembering this because I tutored a kid who was in high school and needed help with math. So I remember having to like Google how to do it before like tutoring him, because that's the kind of tutor I was. Was like, let me just Google that real quick, Timmy. His name wasn't Timmy. I don't remember his name. All right, applications. Let's read about the applications, shall we? Let's read about astronomy. For centuries, spherical trigonometry has been used for locating solar, lunar, and stellar positions, predicting eclipses, and describing the orbits of planets. Is it math or maths? So in British English, it's maths because it's short form for mathematics with an S. In United States English, we say math. We say singular. I don't know why. So it's both. The answer is both. It just depends on what dialect of English you're speaking. So British English, maths, American or United States English, math. It should be maths, right? Theoretically. I think part of why in United States English, this is just a guess as an English teacher, it might be because the THS noise is like, it's pretty hard to say. It doesn't roll off the tongue quite literally, like easily. But yeah, the only answer is because America. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Nailed it. Yeah, so math, same idea. Let's see. In modern times, the technique of triangulation is used in astronomy to measure the distance to nearby stars, as well as in satellite navigation systems. Cool. Navigation. Historically, trigonometry has been used for locating latitudes and longitudes of sailing vessels, plotting courses, and calculating long distances during navigation. See, this is interesting to me. Especially like recently I've gotten into watching. Have you heard my spiel about Our Flag Means Death? By the way, I want us to be able to see SpongeBob clearly. I don't know why that's like a priority of mine. But I love pirate history. I think it's just fascinating. I've always kind of been into pirates, and like pirate lore. But I'm always curious about like back in the day sailing, like first of all, how do they know where they're going? All right. And that's a combination of like astronomy and then trigonometry, obviously. But also, how do they know that other ships, like based on various ships, like logs in terms of like where they're traveling next, how they know where they are geographically in relation to them as they're sailing, right? So that kind of shit fascinates me. And a lot of it has to do with trigonometry. So pirates had to be good at math. At least some of them had to. Or maths, as it were. Trigonometry is still used in navigation through such means as the Global Positioning System and artificial intelligence for autonomous vehicles. Hydrate, baby, hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. My little handle on my water bottle broke. I'm trying to fix it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Punks at school lied to me. Math is useful. I mean, it is. It is. We use it all the time. Most frequently, we use math. We use the four basic, what is it called? The four basic operations of math. So addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication are what we use most often in our daily lives. And then it gets more specialized depending on your career, right? So it is useful, but it just depends on like what you're doing and what your day-to-day is. It's fine. You didn't break it. It's fine. I fixed it. It's fine. It's fine. Like one of the examples I would always give to my students when I was teaching GED is if you're in the grocery store and you're like trying to like keep a like running tally, like a budget in your head, you round up numbers all the time, right? So it's like if it says it's like $4.95, you just round that up to 5. That's math, you know? So it's interesting because it's like there are lots of ways. I mean, in the United States, we have a tipping system. Which I think in most other places they don't use a tipping system, which I think is smart and so much better than our tipping system for a myriad of reasons. But because we use a tipping system for restaurants, knowing how to do 20% of a number is really important. And usually people will do 10% and then double it, right? So it's yeah, there's like lots of little things like that like I don't even think people realize that they're using math, you know? You tipped 15% here. Remind me, Cthulhu, where are you from again? I forget. Yeah, that's interesting. 15%. Yeah, usually I think here it's customary to do 15 to 25%. I think 20 is kind of like a safe middle ground. 15 here is kind of a little bit stingy, I think. It's a little bit miserly, but it's, yeah. Quebec, Canada. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So Canada has a tipping system too, huh? Didn't realize. Most debit machines just offer you the option. In terms of what? In terms of debit machines. What do you mean when you say debit machines? Like an ATM? But yeah, that's the other thing too, is that like I grew up in an era where teachers would be like, well, you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket. And now that's like a meme where everyone's like, no, I have a fucking cell phone. I constantly have a calculator in my pocket, right? So like being able to do math in your head is not as valuable as people think it is anymore. But we do use math all the time. Insert my card, ask me if I want a tip, and then I choose my checkings account. Oh, that's kind of cool. I guess it depends on the restaurant. Sometimes they'll automatically do it, or like on the receipt they'll show you like, here's what 15% would be, here's what 20% would be, here's what 25% would be, right? So yeah, it's true. A lot of places, you're right, yeah. Now that I think about it, now that you say it, Cthulhu, a lot of places now do automatically do it, so you don't necessarily have to. It's true. It's true. You right. Let's look at surveying. In land surveying, trigonometry is used in the calculation of lengths, areas, and relative angles between objects. On a larger scale, trigonometry is used in geography to measure distances between landmarks. Periodic functions. The sine and cosine functions are fundamental to the theory of periodic functions, such as those with described sound and light waves. Fourier discovered that every continuous periodic function could be described as an infinite sum of trigonometric functions. I have no idea what I just read. I don't know what any of that meant. Even non-periodic functions can be represented as integral sines and cosines through the Fourier transform. This has applications to quantum mechanics and communications, among other fields. We read about quantum mechanics during Q Week. Doesn't mean I know anything about quantum mechanics, but we did read about it. So there's that. I feel like my voice is like very loud, but maybe it's okay. All right, anyway, we're going to leave it. Optics and acoustics. Trigonometry is useful in many physical sciences, including acoustics and optics. In these areas, they are used to describe sound and light waves and solve boundary and transmission related problems. That's interesting. That's fascinating to me in terms of like from a musician standpoint, and like various venues, like certain venues sound better than others. Like they're like certain rooms that you play music in sound better than others. And I imagine that's based on like how the like sound waves are able to bounce off of certain walls and certain things, like or if the sound is being dampened in a certain way. So that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Other applications. Other fields that use trigonometry or trigonometric functions include music theory, geodesy, audio synthesis, architecture, electronics, biology, medical imaging, CT scans and ultrasound, chemistry, number theory, hence cryptology, seismology, meteorology, oceanography, image compression, phonetics, economics, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, lots of engineering, computer graphics, cartography, crystallography. The fuck is crystallography? Experimental science of determining the arrangement of atoms in crystalline solids. Wow. And game development. Cool. Cool. All right. Trigonometry. How do we feel? Did we learn something? The fuck is crystallography, and where can I study it? I bet you can study it in organic chemistry. It sounds like it's an organic chemistry thing. Let me look at it again. Crystallography is a fundamental subject in the fields of material science and solid state physics. The word crystallography, yeah. So physics and chemistry, I think, is where you would learn about crystallography. I learned that I don't know things. Same, always. Constantly learning how little I know, which I think is being a human if you're paying attention, right? Maybe on some level. All right, onward. Onwards and upwards, Cthulhu. Look at transgender. Transgender people have a gender identity or gender expression that differs from the sex that they were assigned at birth. Some transgender people who desire medical assistance to transition from one sex to another identify as transsexual. Transgender, often shortened as trans, is also an umbrella term. In addition to including people whose gender identity is opposite of their assigned sex, trans men, trans women, it may also include people who are non-binary or genderqueer. Other definitions of transgender also include people who belong to a third gender or else conceptualize transgender people as a third gender. The term transgender may be defined very broadly to include crossdressers. The term transgender does not have a universally accepted definition, including among researchers. And here on the right, we've got the transgender pride flag. Being transgender is distinct from sexual orientation. Transgender people may identify as heterosexual, straight, homosexual, gay or lesbian, bisexual, asexual, or otherwise, or may decline to label their sexual orientation. The opposite of transgender is cisgender, which describes persons whose gender identity matches their assigned sex. Accurate statistics on the number of transgender people vary widely, in part due to different definitions of what constitutes being transgender. Some countries, such as Canada, collect census data on transgender people. Transgender occurrence is generally found in less than 1% of worldwide population, with figures ranging from less than 0.1% to 0.6%. Researchers. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. It's all about like data collection, and how we go about that data collection, right? Which that's a whole other thing. Let's see. The degree to which individuals feel genuine, authentic, and comfortable within their external appearance and accept their genuine identity has been called transgender congruence. Many transgender people experience gender dysphoria, and some seek medical treatment such as hormone replacement therapy, sex reassignment surgery, which now we're calling sex affirmation surgery rather than reassignment surgery, which seems like a little change, but it's a big difference in terms of like implication, right? Psychotherapy. Not all transgender people desire these treatments, and some cannot or undergo them for financial or medical reasons. I really like that. I had a professor in college who like definitely was older generation and didn't really she was a Spanish professor, and we were reading what is it? I'm trying to think of how to say it in English. Kiss of the Spider Woman, which is absolutely a book about a trans woman, like 100%. It's about a trans woman in prison. But I think even during the time that it was written, the author didn't necessarily know how to like express, like we didn't have like language surrounding the idea of like trans identity, right? And so this professor like insisted like, no, this character's not trans. And I'm like, but they are actually, like, so it's interesting. Like and her big argument as to why they weren't trans was because they hadn't undergone sexual affirmation surgery. And it's like, I appreciate that this article recognizes the way in which like people don't have access to it or choose not to do it. And that doesn't like take away from their transness. You know what I mean? Reaffirming surgery. Yeah. Reaffirming. Totally. Gender instead of sex surgery here. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Gender reaffirming, surgery. I think we would say like sex affirming surgery. Maybe it's gender affirming surgery, but yeah, same idea. And I think that we don't say I think we would say affirming. Again, because reaffirming means that it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how it's called different things in different places. But I think the main thing is like, rather than like reassigning, it's like, no, I'm affirming what is true for me, right? In terms of like a linguistic difference. Many transgender people face discrimination in the workplace, in accessing public accommodations and healthcare. In many places, they are not legally protected from discrimination. Yeah, it was a cute couple. Let's see. Cthulhu, is there anything in particular that you want to dive in on? We have terminology. We have non-binary identity, related identities and practices, history. I mean, all of it sounds really interesting to me. But yeah. What? Discrimination? No, certainly not. What a surprise. I might just get into it, but definitely let me know if there's anything in particular that you're like, oh wait, I wanna read more about that. For sure. Non-binary, yeah, read about me. Totally. All of it sounds interesting. That's kind of how I feel too. Yeah, but we'll make sure we focus on non-binary. In addition to everything else we'll focus on. Terminology. Before the mid-20th century, various terms were used within and beyond Western medical and psychological sciences to identify persons and identities labeled transsexual and later transgender from mid-century onward. Imported from the German and ultimately modeled after German, transsexualismus, coined in 1923, the English term transsexual has enjoyed international acceptability, though transgender, 1965 by J. Olivan, has been increasingly preferred over transsexual. I think too, I don't actually know this to be true, but I wonder if part of it is like the conflation between like sexual orientation and gender identity, right? It's like transgender, I think means is a little bit more accurate. I think that's the big thing when we talk about like language campaigning. I was in another stream earlier today, and someone in there was talking about snowflakes, and I was like, I'm a snowflake. But when we talk about like trying to like use more inclusive language or change our language in order to like respect marginalized identities, like it's because we're developing more accurate language at the end of the day, right? I mean, it's that in combination with like wanting to give marginalized populations basic human dignity and respect. It's not anything more than that. Hey, Marley, how's it going? Holiday weekend Wikipedia action. Ew. You love to see it. Do you have tomorrow off? I would assume you do. Hey, thanks for being here. Let me know if you have a tea topic. Right now we're reading about transgender. We've read about trigonometry. That's pretty much all we've done so far. Happy Sunday to ya. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Okay, so transgender. Psychiatrist John F. Olivan of Columbia University coined the term transgender in his 1965 reference work, Sexual Hygiene and Pathology, writing that the term, which had previously been used, transsexualism, is misleading. Actually, transgenderism is meant because sexuality is not a major factor in primary transvestism. See? I know things about stuff sometimes. Don't have tomorrow off, surprisingly. Interesting. My organization is international, so I don't get American holidays. That's actually kind of cool. I mean, Independence Day is kind of a bullshit holiday, in my opinion. Although, I'm grateful to have time off from work because of it. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, in some ways I can see that being cool, and in other ways I can see that being frustrating, depending on the situation, right? Well, happy Sunday, regardless. It's nice to have you here. Let's see. The term transgender was then popularized with varying definitions by various transgender, transsexual, and transvestite people, including Virginia Prince, who used it in the December 1969 issue of Transvestia, a national magazine for cross-dressers she founded. By the mid-1970s, both transgender and trans people were used as umbrella terms, while transgenderous and transgenderal were used to refer to people who wanted to live cross-gender without sex reassignment surgery. Again, yeah, I wish this was updated to say reaffirmation or like affirmation surgery, but one day. By 1976, transgenderous was abbreviated to TG in education materials. Won't be able to hang long, but you need more T wiki pages. Tiger, on it, done and done. Perf. Yeah, hang as long as you'd like, Marley, and also have fun doing whatever you got to do today, for sure. Let's see. By 1984, the concept of a transgender community had developed, in which transgender was used as an umbrella term. In 1985, Richard Elkins established the Transgender Archive at the University of Ulster. By 1992, the International Conference on Transgender Law and Employment Policy defined transgender as an expansive umbrella term, including transsexuals, transgenderists, cross-dressers, and anyone transitioning. Leslie Feinberg's pamphlet, Transgender Liberation, a movement whose time has come, circulated in 1992, identified transgender as a term to unify all forms of gender nonconformity. In this way, transgender has become synonymous with queer. That's interesting. In 1994, gender theorist Susan Stryker defined transgender as encompassing all identities or practices that cross over, cut across, move between, or otherwise queer socially constructed sex-gender boundaries, including but not limited to transsexuality, heterosexual transvestism, gay drag, butch lesbianism, and such non-European identities as the Native American Berdache or Indian Hijra. This is really cool too. So I took a anthropology of sex and gender class when I was in college, when I was studying multicultural anthropology. And so learning about like third gender, like cultures that like honor third gender or like two-spirit genders or like mixed gender, I think is really fascinating. And I think it's unfortunate that white culture has like totally like lost that or never had that in so many ways, right? Let's see. Between the mid-1990s and early 2000s, the primary terms used under the transgender umbrella were female to male, F to M, for men who transitioned to female, female to male, F to M, FTM, for men who transitioned from female to male, and male to female, MTF, for women who transition from male to female. These terms have now been superseded by trans man and trans woman, respectively. This shift in preference from terms highlighting biological sex, transsexual, FTM, to terms highlighting gender identity and expression, transgender, trans woman, reflects a broader shift in the understanding of transgender people's sense of self and the increasing recognition of those who decline medical reassignment as part of the transgender community. Yeah. And again, I think it's just like, it's huge to note like access to resources in regard to that. And also like this idea of like anatomy not corresponding to identity, right? Yeah. For the flaws in this article so far, I feel like this article is pretty spot on. Transgendered is a common term in older literature. Many within the transgender community now deprecate it on the basis that transgender is an adjective, not a verb. That's interesting. That's interesting because sometimes you can use the ed as an adjective. If we're gonna get into grammar, we use ed as an adjective, not necessarily as the past tense of the verb, depending on the situation. But I get it from a theoretical standpoint. The grammar nerd in me is like, wait a minute. Organizations such as GLAAD, The Guardian, have also stated that transgender should never be used as a noun. Max is transgender. Max is a transgender man, not Max is a transgender. Okay. However, transgender is also used as a noun equivalent to the broader topic of transgenderism, transgender identity, and experience. This is interesting too when we talk about identity with regard to like, I don't know, the history of mental health, I think is a big like component here when we talk about like a transgender versus transgender, like in our language, because when you do like the example that they have where it's like Max is a transgender, now that has a lot of like correlation to psychology and like mental health abuse of queer people and just people in general by like putting them into like, this is a box, this is who you are, and we're not going to look at anything beyond that in terms of like who you are, basically, right? So like, yeah, language is interesting. I love language, and I also think that it's like one of those things that I know is like complicated, and it's like, I don't know, it requires some like ego stripping, I think, to like change the way that we use certain words in our language. But I also think it's so important, and like, yeah, it's just fresh on my mind from having been in a stream earlier where someone was talking about using the word junkie, basically. And he was talking about using the word junkie to describe people who like are compelled to do certain things, but not necessarily in reference to heroin addicts, right? And even the word addiction is not, necessarily, addict is not necessarily a great word when we're talking about people who struggle with substance use. But it was interesting because he was like struggling. He's like junkie conveys the idea that I want, but I also know it's offensive. So what word do I use? And someone else in the stream was like, oh, just use junkie, it's fine. And like, I'm kind of on that line. I'm like, if you can't find another word, and that's the word that you think that you want to describe it with, say it with your chest. You know what I mean? And I think there's like this hesitancy on the streamer's part of like, well, I want to respect people so that I don't get canceled kind of a thing. And that in and of itself, it's like, do you want to respect people so you don't get canceled? Or do you want to respect people because you want to respect people? Because if you want to respect people so you don't get canceled, go ahead and say junkie. But if you want to respect people for the sake of like actually respecting people, then you know, get a thesaurus. I'm all over the place today. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Let's see. Where am I? Transgender also uses a noun equivalent to the broader topic of transgenderism, i.e. transgender identity and experience. It's not a noun here. I'm going to lose it as a grammar person. Transgender identity, transgender there is an adjective describing identity. I'm just saying. If we're going to call it a noun, make it a noun. Respecting people seems like a wild concept. I know, right? Right? I have to change the words that I say? Oh, you're too sensitive. It's like, nah. Too oppressed, more like it. Yeah. Health practitioner manuals. Well, in this streamer's defense, like he was really searching for a different word to use, but the person in chat, like the way in which they were talking about it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, I don't know. Just interesting. Anytime someone is like, oh, you know, PC culture is ruining comedy, I'm like, okay, like I don't even have anything to say about it. Like I don't know how to I don't even know how to respond to it because it's like so like outlandish to me, and it's such a tired argument. It's so tired. You know what else I hate? Not to harp on this whole topic, but I hate when people refer to that kind of comedy as being edgy. What do you mean edgy? Again, you say what you mean and mean what you say, right? It's not edgy. It's degrading to certain populations, and you want to be degrading to certain populations. So just own it. Own your shit. Like that's the thing that kills me is like, it's like, fine, call people junkies, but like own it. Say it with your chest. You know what I mean? If you're going to make jokes about trans people, then don't like say that you're woke and that you're like an ally of the transgender community. Go ahead and just like say it with your chest and fucking own the fact that you're like a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like just own it. Own your shit. That's all I ask. I'm not asking for perfection, but if you're going to play that game, then just own that you're garbage. Lack of humor killed comedy. I think that comedy is able to evolve just like language is able to evolve, and I think there's plenty of comedians that are edgy that ride this line of like seemingly offensive while also being very cognizant of the culture around them and who is being oppressed and who is not, you know. I don't think that like comedy has to be like G-rated. That's not my take on it. But when people use this word edgy and they say edgy rather than oppressive, what they mean is oppressive, right? Like that's really what it comes down to me. Yeah, just call it a slur. Just call it a slur and be done with it. Exactly. Punching down isn't humor. Comedy is just punching down. Yeah. And it's such a like privileged person thing to do, right? It's like, it's always someone in some sort of like, when we look at like a social hierarchy, it's someone in some place of privilege. And I think where it gets convoluted is when we're not looking at these kinds of things with an intersectional lens. So it's like, oh, well, this aspect of my identity is oppressed, therefore I can't be offensive. It's like, sure you can. It's not how any of this works. It's very complicated always. Good morning. How are you, Zeminator? We are learning about things that start with the letter T, where I'm going off on the comedians and the comedy and the idea of how PC culture is ruining comedy. We're reading about transgender right now. We read about trigonometry. After transgender, we're going to read about tigers. And then if you have a topic that you want to read about that starts with the letter T, let me know and we'll add it to the list. We'll read about it after tigers. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Some people make a joke that it is basically like, laugh my ass off, trans people. Well, you can just make pickle pickle trans girl jokes. I don't fully understand what you mean, Cthulhu. I don't know exactly what that sentence means, but the gist of it, if I'm understanding correctly, is that like people will make jokes as if it like doesn't matter when it really does, and it has like further reaching implications in terms of like normalization of like violence against certain populations, right? Whether that be symbolic violence or like physical violence. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue, shall we? Health practitioner manuals, professional journalistic style guides, and LGBT advocacy groups advise the adoption of other names and pronouns identified by the person in question, including present references to the transgender person's past. In contrast, people whose sense of personal identity corresponds to the sex and gender assigned to them at birth, that is, those who are neither transgender nor non-binary or genderqueer, are called cisgender. And now we know. Transsexual. Inspired by Magnus Hirschfeld's 1923 term Sicherlicher. Sorry. Transsexualismus. The term transsexual was introduced to English in 1949 by David Oliver Caldwell and popularized by Harry Benjamin in 1966. Around the same time, transgender was coined and began to be popularized. Since the 1990s, transsexual has generally been used to refer to the subject of transgender people who desire transition permanently to the gender with which they identify and who seek medical assistance. For example, sex reassignment surgery, again, affirmation surgery with this. Distinctions between the terms transgender and transsexual are commonly based on distinctions between gender and sex. Transsexuality may be said to deal more with physical aspects of one's sex, while transgender considerations deal more with one's psychological gender disposition or predisposition, as well as the related social expectations that may accompany a given gender role. Many transgender people reject the term transsexual. Christine Jorgensen publicly rejected transsexual in 1979, instead identified herself in newsprint as transgender, saying gender doesn't have to do with bed partners, it has to do with identity. I think that's the biggest thing. Again, like just making sure that our language is accurate. I think that's the biggest thing, is like using like more specific language in order to like make things less convoluted and conflated, you know? Some have objected to the term transsexual on the basis that it describes a condition related to gender identity rather than sexuality. Some transsexual people object to being included in the transgender umbrella. That's interesting too when we're talking about, recently I talked to Captain Sumi about like the difference between bisexual and pansexual. Just like, again, like these ideas that like bi and pan are so similar. And I think that like the way that the word bisexual was used in the past is different than the way that people are using it now, because our concept of sexual identity is constantly growing and evolving just like everything else, right? But it's interesting that like some people very much still identify with bi and don't like the term pan, and other people are like, no, pan is more accurate to my experience, kind of a thing. I think it's similar here that like for some people maybe transsexual was like the term that they used, and so they held that really closely because that's a big part of your identity, even though transgender now is more, you know, specific. Like comedians' humor and their punchline is just, ha, trans people, that's funny, they exist, laugh at them. Well, you can just make a silly joke about like community jokes, how spironolactone, I don't know what that is, makes you crave salty stuff, so trans femme people eat pickles. I don't even know if I had a point anymore. I'm sleep deprived. Helped. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you mean. But I do know that there are ways to make jokes about trans identity without making them at the expense of trans people, right? There are ways to make jokes about racism without it being at the expense of people who are oppressed because of racism, right? Like without making jokes that are at the expense of Black people or people of color. There are ways to do that, right? But you have to be really mindful and respectful of those populations in order to do that. And it takes work. And it takes ego stripping, right? Like it takes recognizing that like, what I have been doing and what I continue to want to do is harming people. Therefore I need to change it, right? So it takes concerted effort that I think some people are not necessarily like, willing to put in that work, right? T blockers, testosterone blockers. Thank you. I was like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, totally. But again, so Cthulhu, you're absolutely right. And what that takes is an intimate knowledge of what it means to be a trans person, right? And so in order to make that joke, it's not simple, right? It takes an effort to like educate yourself on trans identity, which people should. And I think that's where it's like this idea of like expecting comedians to like do that kind of like research in terms of like not harming other people is something that like I think a lot of people just like aren't willing to do, which is fucked up, really. Yeah. Yeah. We live in a fucked up world, huh? Let's see. In his 2007 book, Imagining Transgender, An Ethnography of a Category, anthropologist David Valentine asserts that transgender was coined and used by activists to include many people who do not necessarily identify with the term, and states that people do not identify with the term transgender should not be included in the transgender spectrum. That's interesting. Leslie Feinberg likewise asserts that transgender is not a self-identifier for some people, but a category imposed by observers to understand other people. That's a really good point too, in terms of like exonyms. So like names from one population that are like imposed on another population in order to make sense of said population, right? That's an interesting argument too. According to the Transgender Health Program, THP, at Fenway Health in Boston, there are no universally accepted definitions, and confusion is common because terms that were popular at the turn of the 21st century may now be deemed offensive. The THP recommends that clinicians ask clients what terminology they prefer. This is really what it comes down to. Just ask people what they prefer. Just ask them. Just ask people what they prefer. That's all. That's all it comes down to. That part is simple. That part is too simple and goes right over people's heads, I think. So ask clients what terminology they prefer and avoid the term transsexual unless they are sure that a client is comfortable with it. Totally. Yeah. Comedians doing research, right? We got to the point though. Yeah, absolutely. I think we're on the same page. Cthulhu is just making sure I understand what you mean. That's all. That's why I ask for clarification, because I want to make sure that I'm not misinterpreting what you're saying, you know? Harry Benjamin invented a classification system for transsexuals and transvestites called the Sex Orientation Scale, in which he assigned transsexuals and transvestites to one of 6 categories based on their reasons for cross-dressing and the relative urgency of their need, if any, for sex reassignment surgery. Contemporary views on gender identity and classification differ markedly from Harry Benjamin's original opinions. Sexual orientation is no longer regarded as a criterion for diagnosis or for distinction between transsexuality, transvesticism, why is that one so hard for me? Transvestism, and other forms of gender variant behavior and expression. Benjamin's scale was designed for use with heterosexual trans women, and trans men's identities do not align with these categories. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, because like sex orientation and gender identity they're not the same thing. Yeah, words are hard. Words are hard. Agreed. Well, that's what a lot of this comes down to, right? Is like words are hard. We're not going to get it right all the time. And it's also okay that we're not going to get it right all the time. That doesn't mean that the response should be defensive, right? Like, I think that this is something that people have a really hard time with. We have this idea of like intent and impact, yeah? And so I think a lot of people get hung up on, myself included, the idea of like, my intentions were good. But I didn't intend to hurt people. I didn't intend to perpetuate harm. Therefore, I shouldn't get ostracized for this thing that I did, right? And so I think that's where, if we're going back to like talking about comedians and telling jokes at the expense of trans people, I think there is this like, oh, but I don't hate trans people, therefore my joke is okay. It's like, that's not how this works, right? Impact is so much more important than intention, right? And that's not to say that we shouldn't pay attention to people's intentions, but if you're gonna like get on the defensive because of your intent and not own up to the fact that the impact was negative or harmful, then like, I don't know what to say to you. You know what I mean? And again, ego stripping. Like it takes like I think it takes like looking at yourself and looking at like your behavior and your actions and knowing that like you're not going to get it right all the time. And that in certain situations you get it wrong. And what you need to do is course correct rather than like defending your position, you know? Serious topic, welcome. I can't get away from them, Zenith. I can't get away from them. I just, you know, I was telling Cthulhu, I happened to be in a stream earlier that was like talking about words choice and PC culture a little bit, and the streamer in their defense was like trying to like find like more like inclusive wording, but there was someone in the chat that was like, "Oh, this is the death of comedy," one of those arguments, right? And even the streamer, it's like I take issue with like you're concerned about this because you don't want to get yelled at. You're not concerned about this because you want to respect people. Speaking of intent. But yeah, anyway, welcome. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Tea Week. We're reading about transgender right now. We read about trigonometry earlier. We're reading about tigers next. And then, let's see, tapirs? Got it. We'll do that. I don't want to do 2 animals in a row, but we'll add them to the list. We'll do, let's see. Tiger is next. Why don't we do, oh man, we have a lot of animals. And that's okay. Let's do that. Okay, so we'll throw Mac Tonight in there. Got it. We're on it, Ziaminator. Perfect. We're on it. Is it Taper? See, now I'm hearing that like weird, what is that meme? There's like a meme video series where, wow, I sound like I'm 84 years old because I am. But there's like this like meme video series of a guy that like reads like narrates nature videos, but in a like goofy weird way. The honey badger one, but tapers. Never mind. I'm gonna stop talking. Let's see. Zenith, if you have a tea topic, let me know and we'll add it to the list here. All right, Cthulhu, are you ready for non-binary identities? We're gonna get into it. It's a relatively small paragraph, but we're going to get into it. Some non-binary or genderqueer people identify as transgender. These identities are not specifically male or female. They can be agender, androgynous, bigender, pangender, or gender fluid, and exist outside of cis-normativity. Bigender and androgynous are overlapping categories. Bigender individuals may identify as moving between male and female roles, gender fluid, or as being both masculine and feminine simultaneously, androgynous. And androgynes may similarly identify as beyond gender or genderless, agender, between genders, intergender, moving across genders, gender fluid, simultaneously exhibiting multiple genders, pangender. Non-binary identities are independent of sexual orientation. Let's go at me. So I'm curious, and if you feel comfortable speaking to it, Cthulhu, in terms of your identity, with being non-binary, are there certain words here that you identify with, or are there certain things that you're like, that's not me? Like, how do you feel that way? Because I identify as gender fluid, and I think that this idea of like moving between male and female roles kind of makes sense for me. And then also like, it's funny because they talk about androgynous, and I think of androgyny as being more about presentation than identity, which is interesting. So I don't necessarily identify with that. But yeah, this idea of like moving across genders, that feels right to me. Gender fluid for sure. Yeah. So for me with gender fluidity, which everyone's a little bit different, I don't necessarily think of it as trans. I think of trans as being in the same spectrum of like deviation from cis normativity. But I don't know. I guess for me, like, I feel like maybe it's because of my proximity to privilege that I don't feel comfortable owning the term trans, because I feel like I have so much more privilege than someone who is trans. But I'm curious your thoughts on that. I'd love to know. Because certainly there are some non-binary folks that don't have the same kind of like proximity to privilege that I have, right? So it's interesting. Let's see. I don't know. Some days I use my deep voice and don't shave and I'm fine. Other days I want to be all pastels and sparkles and glitter. As long as no one ever perceives me as cis, I'm fine. Gotcha. Okay. And so in that regard, it sounds to me like you are trans, and that trans would fit your experience. Is that right or no? I do identify with trans a bit, yeah, because I did identify as a trans woman for more than over a year. Interesting. Okay, and I did do hormone replacement therapy for a year. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So that's where it's like, I find it. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. I really appreciate it. I find it fascinating because even within these terms, like even with it, so I think it's cool that you and I are both gender fluid, and we both have like totally unique experiences and identities within this idea of being gender fluid. I think that's another thing too, is that like, generally speaking, when we have a lack of knowledge with things, I think labels can help us make sense of things, but they can also really limit our idea of what is possible, you know? So there's so much more than being deviant from cis normativity than just, you know, oh, you identify with the opposite gender. Got it. Like it's like there's so much more nuance to it, you know? Very hi. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is. How are ya? We're reading about transgender right now. We're reading about things that start with the letter T. So if you have a T topic, let me know and we'll get into it. Let's see, related identities and practice. Oh my God, I love drag queens so much. I love drag. I might get away from drag and whatnot just a little bit. Let's get into history. I feel like history sounds good. But again, Cthulhu, if there's certain things that you want to hone in on, let me know. Love meeting other non-binary, gender fluid, genderqueer people. Yeah, I love the term genderqueer. That's queer in general. I really love because it feels like a catch-all, you know. Learn how they view their identities. It's so fascinating. Leads to amazing convos. Agreed. Doing okay. Not excited to get to work. It's been not great. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. So what? I know that the job is relatively new. What job did you end up taking? Did you take the theater job or something different? I'm sorry. It's rough. And also, Viri, I was going to say this last night. I just didn't have the energy last night. But at some point, I'm not a pro by any means, but if you want me to read your cards, I would be happy to do that. We could hop on a Discord call and I would read your cards for you if you wanted. No pressure that way either. But if that's something that you would be interested in, I would be happy to like share that with you. Because I don't know. I have found a lot of like peace and grounding in utilizing tarot as a way to kind of like tap into like what's going on with my subconscious and how do I engage with that in a way that like feels right for me, you know? But yeah, for sure. Let's see, the theater. Yeah. Okay. Lots of interesting ways they run things. I do recall when you were first offered the job that you were like, something feels wrong here, right? Like my biggest thing is just follow your gut. And if it feels wrong and if it feels not great, I would say follow your gut, you know? Cthulhu knows all the things, yeah. Let's see, history. Transgender people are known to have existed since ancient times. A wide range of societies had traditional third gender roles, otherwise accepted trans people in some form. However, a precise history is difficult because the modern concept of being transgender and gender in general did not develop until the mid-1900s. Historical understandings are thus inherently filtered through modern principles and were largely viewed through a medical lens until the late 1900s. Ancient Greek Hippocrates, interpreting the writing of Herodotus, discusses transgender individuals briefly. He describes the disease of the Scythians. Siths. Not Star Wars. Regarding NRE, I don't know what that means, which he attributes to impotency due to riding on a horse without stirrups. Hippocrates' reference was well discussed by medical writings of the 1500s to 1700s. Pierre Petit, I don't know if I'm saying that right, I don't care, writing in 1596 viewed the Scythian disease as natural variation, but by the 1700s, writers viewed it as a melancholy or hysterical psychiatric disease. So yeah, and so here we get into like psychiatric abuse and oppression of queer folks, right? Which gets intense. By the early 1800s, being transgender, separate from Hippocrates' idea of it, was claimed to be widely known, but remained poorly documented. Both MTF and FTM individuals were cited in European insane asylums in the early 1800s. The most complete account of the time came from the life of Chevalier d'Eon, 1728 to 1810. As cross-dressing became more widespread in the late 1800s, discussion of transgender people increased greatly, and writers attempted to explain the origins of being transgender. Much study came out of Germany and was exported to other Western audiences. Cross-dressing was seen in a pragmatic light until the late 1800s. It had previously served as satirical or disguising purpose. But in the latter half of the 1800s, cross-dressing and being transgender became viewed as an increasing societal danger. William A. Hammond wrote an 1882 account of transgender Pueblo shamans, mujerados, comparing them to the Scythian disease. Other writers of the late 1700s and 1800s, including Hammond's associates in the American Neurological Association, had noted the widespread nature of transgender cultural practices among Native people. Explanations varied, but authors generally did not ascribe Native transgender practices to psychiatric causes, instead condemning the practices in a religious and moral sense. Interesting. Native groups provided much study on the subject, and perhaps the majority of all study until after World War II. Interesting. Darn stirrups. Wait, had to zone out. What do I know? You know all the things. Oh, about Jerry's job. Yeah. Let's see. Get some water here. Critical studies first began to emerge in the late 1800s in Germany with the works of Magnus Hirschfeld. Hirschfeld coined the term transvestite in 1910 as the scope of transgender study grew. His work would lead to the 1919 founding of the Institut für Sexualwissenschaft, sorry, German folks, in Berlin. Though Hirschfeld's legacy is disputed, he revolutionized the field of study. The institute was destroyed when the Nazis seized power in 1933, and its research was infamously burned in the May 1933 Nazi book burnings. Transgender issues went largely out of the public eye until after World War II. Even when they re-emerged, they reflected a forensic psychology approach, unlike the more sexological that had been employed in the lost German research. Interesting. Very interesting. Really like one thing they assigned me where you tear tickets for people, but they want me to train on everything and I'm not comfortable on the cashier. Yeah. That's hard with a new job. And there are certain things that they want you to do that you're not necessarily comfortable with. Is there a specific reason why you're not comfortable being a cashier? And you don't have to get into that if you don't want to. More useful to the team. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I mean, you know, in terms of like having more people that are available to do multiple things, and they're kind of flexible if they're short-staffed and whatnot, right? From a logical standpoint, it makes sense. But at the same time, you got to do what's best for you, right? Can I abolish capitalism in your chat? What do you mean by that? I wish you could. It's not going to be possible, but I wish you could. Told myself not to work around food. And they're asking me to do cash counting in my head, which puts me on the spot. I see. Gotcha. Yeah, you gotta do what's best for you at the end of the day, not what's best for your job, you know? Your job don't love you back, basically. Yeah, you hate her job. Abir, you just gotta do what's best for you, right? And while I say, like, I wish you would, there's a very real world that we live in where there's consequences to not having a job and not having money to pay bills, right? So it's finding this balance, unfortunately, within the like system that we've been given of doing what you need to do in order to survive and take care of yourself, while also recognizing what are the boundaries that are like deal breakers for me, you know? And so if those are deal breakers for you, then you gotta do what you gotta do. At the same time, if those are things that you're like willing to work on or willing to try out, then you know, maybe it's about getting out of your comfort zone. And I can't say which of those things it is for you, right? That's for you to determine, and there's no wrong answer either. My plan is to quit once I have another plan lined up, but my mom and I are talking through it. Good. I'm glad that you're able to talk to your mom about it. Yeah. Might try and go home for a few days to spend time with her and my dad away from it all. Yeah. 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 Make sure you're prioritizing yourself and taking care of yourself first and foremost. That's most important, for sure. Let's see. LGBT community. The concepts of gender identity and transgender identity differ from that of sexual orientation. Sexual orientation is an individual's enduring physical, romantic, emotional, and spiritual attraction to another person, while gender identity is one's personal sense of being a man or a woman. Transgender people have more or less the same variety of sexual orientations as cisgender people. In the past, the term homosexual and heterosexual were incorrectly used to label transgender individuals' sexual orientation based on their birth sex, which is interesting. Professional literature often uses the terms attracted to men, androphilic, and attracted to women, gynophilic, attracted to both, bisexual, or attracted to neither, asexual, to describe a person's sexual orientation without reference to their gender identity. Therapists are coming to understand the necessity of using terms with respect to their clients' gender identities and preferences. For example, a person who is assigned male at birth, transitions to female, and is attracted to men would be identified as heterosexual. Again, there's so much more nuance to all of these things than it's tricky because we want labels to make sense of things. And at the same time, those labels are incredibly incomplete, right? Lots of crying to my mom at 2 a.m. Come home, please. We can get massages. Yeah. No job is worth it, especially if it's a brand new job. Not worth it. Not worth it. And yeah, go home and get massages with your mom, for sure, for sure. Despite the distinction between sexual orientation and gender, throughout history, the gay, lesbian, and bisexual subculture was often the only place where gender variant people were socially expected in the gender role they felt they belonged to, especially during the time when legal or medical transitioning was almost impossible. This acceptance has had a complex history. Like the wider world, the gay community in Western societies did not generally distinguish between sex and gender identity until the 1970s, and often perceived gender variant people more as homosexuals who behaved in a gender variant way than as gender variant people in their own right. In addition, the role of transgender community in the history of LGBT rights is often overlooked, as shown in Transforming History. Yeah, it's true. That's true. I just ID queer because it's so hard to find an attraction label that makes sense when you're fluid NB. Yeah. Well, and again, these things they're not the same, right? Gender identity and sexual orientation are two separate aspects of identity. But I think that when we talk about queer identity as a whole, it kind of covers both things, right? In terms of being deviant from the heteronormative and being deviant from cis-normative expectations. Yeah, I would say at the end of the day, it's an individual, very personal thing. So how you identify is valid, Cthulhu, and it's also valid for that identity to change and shift over time. It's so funny because it's in some ways we're given permission as children to shift and change with our identities, not necessarily with sexual orientation or gender expression, but we're given permission to change what we like and what we believe and who we think we are as children, right? And then there's this expectation that you're an adult now, you're 18, therefore you should know who you are and you're not allowed to change anymore. And it's such bullshit. I think that you're allowed to identify how you identify. You're allowed to evolve and learn more about yourself throughout your entire life, you know? I think that in so many ways, some of these things are so confining and so constrictive, you know? Hi, T. Miller. How are you? Good afternoon. Good morning. Top of the afternoon to you. How's it going? Soul Vibes, hi. So true, because mine definitely did. Who knew? Not me, but I'm proud of it, though. Yeah, Soul, I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you. Well, and same. I only started using they pronouns she, they, because I still feel very comfortable with she. Just they feel they makes me feel very seen, whereas she is just for me, kind of the default. And everyone's a little bit different that way, right? Exclamation point pronouns. But yeah, I only started using the they pronoun within the last couple of years. And a big part of it was getting to know other genderqueer, non-binary folks that were using they, them, that it kind of like came into my awareness, right? I think our understanding of our identities as well as our relationship to language is constantly evolving and learning and growing. You know what I mean? So I think it's okay. And I also think, like, speaking to gender fluidity, I think it's okay to be she, her one day and be they, them another day. And I don't think that like one like cancels out the other. You know what I mean? Soul, it's so good to see you. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Good time zone to everyone. I change my labels every once in a while to fit what my current state of mind is. Yeah. Been using Arrow Ace a bit because trauma. Usually just say queer. It can become complicated on a day-to-day basis. Totally. Yeah. Yeah. And then gender. Oof, that gets even worse. I just tell people, use anything. Just be respectful. And remember, I'm not cis. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And I think that like, I just love queer. Like you said, it's kind of like this catch-all, and it's like, I don't really need to like, explain beyond that. Right. And I think that like queer is like open-ended enough. It's broad enough that it kind of covers everything. And also it tells you what you need to know. It means like not cis, not hetero, which is kind of done. Like it's helpful because it like in some ways kind of closes off that conversation if it's like, I don't want to or owe you more explanation than that, you know. Eating an icy, love that. Thought I was cis. Oops, that changed too, right? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Like again, there's this idea of like, were you lying to us? Were you lying to yourself? And it's like, who the fuck knows? Social conditioning and social norms, and also our access to resources, our access to identity, and like the privilege to be able to identify in certain ways, like that's constantly shifting and changing. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay for your gender expression and sexual orientation and identity in general to have changed from when you were younger. That's okay. Because the reality is that you didn't know then what you know now. And you didn't have access to the things that you had then that you have access to now, right? And I think it's hard. I think it's like confusing for other people because they like to... this is just a human thing. We really like to like categorize things in really like neat packages, and we really love binary opposition. And so I think when we talk about queer theory, we it's not as simple as black and white, gay or straight, trans or cis. It's just like anything. There's a spectrum there. There's so much gray area there. There's so much nuance there, and I think that trips people up because they can't put you in this kind of like neat package, right? And I think it's hard for us too, because we're programmed that way. Like neurologically, that's how our brains work. So I don't know if you have like some like, I have some like, not guilt, but like hangups surrounding like the way that I identify in terms of like, Pride is a hard month. Because like there are often times where I'm like, am I queer enough to actually like claim queer identity? You know what I mean? So there's this idea of like, in order to be queer, you must be this. In order to be trans, you must be this. In order to be cis, you must be this. In order to be hetero, you must be this. And it's like, it's just nothing works that way. Nothing is that like clear cut, you know? Anyway, welcome to Tea Week. We're reading about transgender. If anyone has a tea topic, feel free to share it. Let's continue, shall we? Sexual orientation of transgender people. In 2015, the American National Center for Transgender Equality conducted a national transgender discrimination survey. Of the 27,715 transgender and non-binary people who took the survey, 21% said the term queer best described their sexual orientation. We just said that, right? 18% said pansexual, 16% said gay, lesbian, or same-gender loving, 15% said straight, 14% said bisexual, 10% said asexual. And a 2019 survey of trans and non-binary people in Canada called Trans Pulse Canada showed that out of 2,873 respondents, when it came to sexual orientation, 13% identified as asexual, 28% identified as bisexual, 13% identified as gay, 15% identified as lesbian, 31% identified as pansexual, 8% identified as straight or heterosexual, 4% identified as two-spirit, and 9% identified as unsure or questioning. Interesting. Let's see. Mental health care. I'm going to skip. I hope this is okay. For my own safety and well-being, I'm going to skip mental health care because it's really awful. TLDR, mental health care with regard to queer folks and trans folks is really awful and has a really depressing, terrible history, and I would rather not get into it right now, if that's okay with you all. That said, you can definitely look up this article later on. It's just going to be too hard for me to read. Heteroflexible, love that for you, Zenith. I used to use the term heteroflexible. I used the term heteroflexible for a while. I think I was like, for me, not for you or anyone else, but for me, I think it's like, my queerness has been this kind of like slow crawl out of the closet. And so heteroflexible was a way for me to like hold on to my heteronormative identity while like recognizing that I'm queer, but not being like ready to like openly like do it, which is funny. So I've shifted now to pansexual. I prefer that for myself. But yeah, there was a time when heteroflexible felt like the right terminology for me, for sure. And I think too, like as a pan person, I tend to, not always, but I tend to be attracted to mask identifying and mask presenting folks most often. So I think that's too where I'm like, I feel like I have a lot of privilege in that. And also it doesn't fully like encompass like who I actually am. Right. So all of these labels are so personal and so different from person to person, because my experience being pansexual is going to be different from someone else's. And my experience when I identified with being heteroflexible is going to be different from yours. Right. I do find it interesting. Let's see. We got laws. Let me see. I'm going to ask you, Cthulhu, is there anything else in particular that you would like to hone in on? We can get into like maybe religion and feminism. I was going to say like religion is fucked up too, but it's a small paragraph. Let's see. The Roman Catholic Church has been involved in the outreach to LGBT community for several years and continues to do so through Franciscan urban outreach centers. For example, the Open Heart Outreach in Hartford, Connecticut. The Vatican, however, holds transgender people cannot become godparents and compares transitioning to self-harm. Catholicism's weird, man. I think we can move to cool animals. Yeah? Okay, cool. I discovered a gender I found recently. A light bulb went off. Love that. Like, is this me? Yeah. There are those moments, those little like light bulb moments, right? Which is interesting. Yeah. That's cool, Soul. I'm excited for you. That's really cool. It's really nice when we're able to like find things that affirm who we are, you know? Especially when it's like, I don't know, something like when we talk about like gender identity and sexual orientation, like there's a lot of confusion surrounding that because we're taught from a very young age that we are supposed to be like what is the first thing, if you think about it? If someone's having a baby, the first thing that they get asked is boy or girl. That's the first thing, right? The first thing we want to know for a baby shower is boy or girl. Do I need to buy blue or pink, right? And we're getting away from that somewhat, but still, I think that tells you a whole lot about like how programmed we are to be one or the other, right? It's interesting. At least that's true in United States culture and specifically in white culture. Yeah, not ready to share publicly, but I told some mutes. I think that's great. I think that's lovely. And you take whatever time you need. You don't owe it to anyone to explain yourself or come out in any way that doesn't feel comfortable, you know? So you do you that way, Soul Vibes. I saw a thing recently that was like, straight people don't have to come out, so why do I? It's like straight is considered the default, and therefore queer people have to like come out in terms of sexual orientation. Same kind of idea. It's like cis people don't have to like state like, hey, I'm cis, right? So yeah, no, you do you, and like taking personal safety into account is huge. So do whatever you need to do to be comfortable and safe. You know what I mean? Protect yourself. I look at people so differently in terms of binary output, etc. It opened my eyes. Yeah, there's so many different people. It's true. It's true. Cthulhu never really came out. Yeah, I kind of did. Again, for me, it's been like this slow crawl out of the closet. Thank you, Theory. With regard to sexuality and gender expression, gender identity. And I think that like, it's funny. Gender identity, gender expression came to me later than understanding my sexual orientation in terms of being queer, but it felt more clear cut to me once I realized it, right? Like once I realized that like gender fluid and being genderqueer was a thing, it was one of those where it was like all of these things just like clicked into place for me. Sexuality has been like a little bit more of a like confusing one, I think, because of how ambiguous my sexuality is and at the same time specific. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, like it's interesting. It's kind of like what Soul was saying earlier. There's these light bulb moments where it's like, oh yeah, no, that's me. And like gender identity has come to me much more clearly than sexual orientation, honestly. There's so much that I question too in terms of like religious background and social conditioning and how much of that has kind of informed who I am versus who I would be outside of that. And there's no way to know. That's not how it works, but I question that a lot, you know. Let's see. Always very openly queer, very extroverted and flashy person. Yeah. Only out to certain people for safety. Totally. Yeah, totally. As long as I can remember, I was always very flashy gay. And when people asked, are you gay? As a way to insult me, I literally didn't get it, because to me, I was just like, well, yeah, I think. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I did tell people to change my pronouns though, I guess. Yeah. I think, yeah, these things are constantly evolving, and our relationship to ourselves as well as our relationship to others is constantly evolving and changing. And the safety issue is huge. Having access to a community that is safe for you and having access to resources that make you feel safe is huge, right? And so how you identify and how you present yourself to others can be two completely different things, and sometimes need to be in order to protect yourself, right? It's huge. It's huge. Okay, shall we read about animals? Or should we read about liver and cocks? No, let's read about animals. You guys want to read about tigers? Let's do it. Cthulhu. Those are both really good topics. Thank you for bringing them. I really appreciate it. That was good. That was good stuff, and good conversation. Good stuff, team. Good stuff. Tiger! Animals! Some lighthearted stuff. Go Tigers. My religion changed to a certain situation in my life. Still don't like what happened, but that's life. Family doesn't know these things, but I'm doing what's best for me. Totally. Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting because it's like my family, this idea of like coming out, like I came out in a very like unceremonious Facebook post when I was like 30. I'm going to be 33 in a few days here. Speaking of that, I'm going to be 33 in a few days. You should come hang out during my birthday party stream on Friday/Saturday, mainly Friday. I digress. But I just wrote like this like Facebook post. I don't even have a Facebook anymore. That was just like, here it is. And because it was one of those things that like I didn't really want to have like a conversation with my parents about it. I was raised Judeo-Christian. So I just didn't want to. I didn't want to have to explain myself to anyone. So I just felt this need to like, here it is, deal with it, take it or leave it, kind of a thing. I didn't want to direct it towards anyone in particular, right? So it's, yeah, like coming out is really interesting because there's like, everyone's experience with coming out is so different. And like, in terms of like media depiction of coming out, it's like, teenager sits down with their parents at their dinner table and is like, Mom and Dad, I have something I need to tell you. And it's just like, I mean, and maybe that is your experience. I don't mean to diminish that experience, but that being like this like expectation of like, this is what coming out is, it's like, I highly doubt that the majority of us had that kind of like coming out experience, right? Yeah, so it looks different for different people, but I think too, when we talk about this idea of safety, it's hard to know. It's hard to know who is safe to like share that stuff with. And there are some people too that like, they're not gonna be, I don't know if this is gonna make sense or not, but like, it's not that they're gonna be harmful or that they're going to be, opposed by any means. But there are some people that still unknowingly will not get it and do certain things that like affirm that they don't get it, where it's like, well, I don't want to have this conversation with you. Do you get what I mean? So it's like, I think we all have people in our lives. I certainly have people in my life that like, they know they probably don't get it. They probably will never get it, but also there's no point in having a conversation about it. And it doesn't mean that they don't love me or care about me, but like, we can talk about other things. Cause like, that's like one aspect of who I am. So it's interesting because it's like, and I think that's different for everybody too, right? I think some people it's like, no, like I need you to know this and I need you to like accept it and identify with it and do it, right? So that for me speaks to like my proximity to privilege that way, where it's like, I'm cis passing. When I am dating, I end up in heteronormative relationships the overwhelming majority of the time. So it's like, there's so much to it. There's so much to it. But I identify with what you're talking about, Soul, in terms of like not talking about it with your family, because sometimes it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? There are certain members of my family that like get it, on board, don't even need to discuss it. There are other members of my family that don't get it and maybe want to ask questions, but they're scared to, and I'm not going to bring it up. So it's like, it's complicated, It's complicated stuff. Let's see. Tigers! Ugh, religion. Closet atheists unite. That's another. Okay, so then we talk about coming out. Okay, for me, Zenith, one of the ones, like the coming out kind of thing that was like, I don't want to say scarier, but more prevalent in my life was coming out as a non-Christian. That was something that was really hard for me, especially with my dad. Like, my dad is very much one of those that's like, you're going to hell. So that was one for me that was like a tricky one. I think people talk about coming out with regard to like sexual orientation and like gender identity, but people don't necessarily talk about coming out with regard to like not identifying with how you were raised religiously. So I feel that so hard. I really do. Let's see, agnostic currently. Yeah, I go with like agnostic atheist depending on how snarly I'm feeling. Yeah, totally, soul vibes. I feel ya. I don't want to have to explain myself. And then when I do finally open up and explain myself and the person doesn't understand, I feel so shitty. It's like, I don't need to put myself through that. You know what I mean? Like when you do, and I think that speaks to my own psyche and my own trauma and shit, but like, man, when you do actually open up and people like don't receive it, and again, not even in a harmful way, to me, like in a way that's like, I don't get it, or they like misconstrue it, like that hurts even more than like if you like overtly hate queer people, then I can just like completely dismiss you, right? And it's easier. Whereas if you're like so like, I don't know, socially connected to and enmeshed with your homophobia, your transphobia, your whatever phobia, like that you like unconsciously like will say or do things that like feel oppressive, even though you're like, oh, but I'm on your side. It's like, that feels worse to me, Does that make sense? I don't even know. And that doesn't mean that it's not worth like trying for those people that don't understand it. In fact, it means that you've got work to do, but you've got work to do that doesn't need to be on the backs of queer people. Google that shit. Google that shit. Tigers are cool. Yeah. Yeah. Tigers. Yeah. Yeah. I believe in Lord Cthulhu. And also with you. That no point in talking to you about it was hard to realize that it's a thing. So much wasted energy. Yeah! That's my whole thing. And again, so my older brother is very combative. My older brother is very much like, no, we're going to fight about this, right? And he really enjoys putting any energy towards that kind of stuff. I don't. And I'm not even afraid of confrontation. I'm actually pretty cool with confrontation when it's necessary. But generally speaking, it's like, why would I put in all of that effort? Why am I going to do that emotional labor to benefit you at my detriment? Nah, fuck that. If you want to learn. You don't need me. You can Google that shit. You know what I mean? My dad is great. He goes, I don't fully understand, but I respect it and support what people feel. That's it. Well, and that's why, like, you know, those sorts of people are people that I'd be like, cool. And I wouldn't have a conversation with them about it. Beyond that, you know, that's enough. That's good to know, you know, good to know enough for me. Don't need to get into any more detail than that anymore. Doesn't have to be deeper than that, basically. Mom is still trying to process it all for sure. Yeah. People say give it time. Whatever that means. Which, I mean, it sounds like you have a pretty positive relationship with your parents. But yeah, I mean, you know, kind of like what I was saying with the job stuff here. You just do what's right for you at the end of the day. That's it. And people will either be on board with it or they'll not understand. And in either case, that doesn't mean that you're doing the wrong thing, you know? I don't think I ever had a convo with my birth giver. It was just like a thing. She never mentioned it, and now we don't speak for unrelated reasons, so I guess that's cool. Yeah, that's interesting. Super close. I fear having that conversation if it came up. You can set that boundary, though. If she brings it up, you can be like, you know what, Mom? I'm not actually in a place to talk about this, but here's some resources. Here are some websites you can go to if you want to research it more, and maybe we can have this conversation again in the future. But right now, I don't have the energy to have this conversation. You can set that boundary. You can. You don't have to have that conversation against your will. You can ask for consent in terms of like having those kinds of conversations, right? Whether or not your mom will respect that, I don't know, but you can absolutely set that boundary. Yeah. All right, tigers. Let's read about tigers. Tiger time. I actually got to tell her about asexual and some stuff the other day, and she was super interested. Cool. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Tiger time. Fanaria, hi. You missed it. We were going. You didn't miss anything. You're here just in time for Tiger time. But we were reading about transgender, which brought in a litany of really good conversation about identity and being not cisnormative and not heteronormative and all of that. That's where we've been. That's what we've been up to. We also read about trigonometry. So all these things. Let's see. Ooh, pterodactyl. Done and done. Let me find it. So fun. Welcome to Tea Week. If you have a tea topic, let me know. We'll get into it. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. You know what? I forgot. Pterodactyl starts with a P. There's a silent P at the beginning of pterodactyl. And you know, okay, not to be this guy. We actually read about pterosaurs during P Week. So if you feel so inclined, please don't feel pressured. If you feel so inclined, the VODs are all on YouTube, so you can go watch P Week on YouTube and find out about pterosaurs. Not pterodactyls. I know it's a P, that silent P. Terrible, spelled with a T. But I was with you, Soul. I was like, yep, pterodactyl. So yeah, P Week. And maybe I'm going to read about pterodactyls during P Week in season 2, maybe. Taurus. Love that for us. I love Taurus. I love Tauruses. I'm a Cancer. Happy Cancer season. But I get along with Tauruses really well. I do. It's just true. Let me see. We can do maybe Taurus. Let me see. We had tapirs. Let's do. Yeah. Okay. Got it. We have an order of operations. Taurus with a P. Unless there's a silent P in there. To ask about tarot? Totally. Let's do it. We're going to throw tarot in right after tardigrades. And right before Tetradontida today, which I think was one of yours too from before. Pufferfish. It starts with a T. Puffer. This is another silent P. Kinda. Veneria woke up too early, then went and got Zig up at 8:30 to reset for tomorrow, the weekend, then fell asleep until 11. You're totally good. I hope you got some restful sleep. I hope you're, yeah, I hope got you some relaxation. T. Miller is a Taurus. Cancer and Taurus. We get along. You and I. Let's see. Yay, sleep, I guess. It's always hard with a nap. It's like, hopefully it was a refreshing nap and not one of those where you like wake up all sweaty and afraid and you're like, where am I? What year is it? Can't say super long, about an hour at most before I gotta go. So no pressure if we don't get there. Okay, cool. We'll get there eventually, regardless of whether or not you're here. So again, if you feel so inclined, you can watch the VOD on YouTube later, but no worries. I just appreciate you being here regardless for whatever length of time you're able to be here. T. Miller is a Taurus. Cthulhu, you're also a Taurus? Oh my God, look at all these Tauruses. My little brother's right on the cusp of Taurus and Gemini. Yeah, I love my Tauruses. We'll read about them in a minute. But first, tigers. The tiger, Panthera tigris, is the largest living cat species and a member of the genus Panthera. It is most recognizable for its dark vertical shape. Oh my God, Veery is a crab. Me too, Veery. Me too. Happy birthday, by the way. Have I actually told you happy birthday? I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Where did my mouth get confused? Most recognizable for its dark vertical stripes on orange fur with a white underside. An apex predator, it primarily preys on ungulates such as deer and wild boar. It is territorial and generally a solitary but social predator, requiring large contiguous areas of habitat, which support its requirements for prey and rearing of its offspring. Tiger cubs stay with their mother for about 2 years and then become independent and leave their mother's home range to establish their own. The tiger was first scientifically described in 1758 and once ranged widely from eastern Anatolia region to the west of Amur rivers, river basin in the east, and in the south from the foothills of the Himalayas to Bali in the Sunda Islands. Since the earliest 20th century, tiger populations have lost at least 93% of their historic range and have been extirpated from Western and Central Asia, the islands of Java and Bali, and in large areas of Southeast and South Asia and China. Today, the tiger's range is fragmented, stretching from Siberian temperate forests to subtropical and tropical forests on the Indian subcontinent, Indochina, and Sumatra. Damn, I did not know. Reach Pat, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to Tea Week. We're reading about tigers right now. I hope you're doing well. We're reading about tigers. Welcome. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Crab people. We love crab people. I love my fellow cancers. We're beautifully emotional. Very in tune with our emotions. Resident Tiger Floofer is here. Are you a tiger person? Look at all your little emotes, your tiger emotes. Love that. Love that for you. Love that for us. Doing great. Super toasty here, so I'm enjoying my air conditioning. Nice. Yeah. I have air conditioning. I feel very lucky. Let's see. Shall we continue with tigers? Tiger time? The tiger is listed as endangered on the IUCN Red List. As of 2015, the global wild tiger population was estimated to numbers between 3,062 to 3,948 mature individuals, with most of the populations living in small, isolated pockets. India currently hosts the largest tiger population. Major reasons for population decline are habitat destruction, habitat fragmentation, and poaching. Tigers are also victims of human-wildlife conflict, particularly in range countries with a high human population density. The tiger is among the most recognizable and popular of the world's charismatic megafauna. It featured prominently in the ancient mythology and folklore of cultures throughout its We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I can read things. It featured prominently in ancient mythology and folklore of cultures throughout its historic range, and continues to be depicted in modern films and literature, appearing on many flags, coat of arms, and mascots for sporting teams. The tiger is the national animal of India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and South Korea. Many different countries. Charismatic megafauna. Dude, that sounds like a great, like, metal band name, honestly. Right? Like death metal. We're charismatic megafauna. Anyway, so true. It's true. This cat is huge and would totally eat me, but oh my god, so cute. It's true. It's true. Would you say that a tiger is more charismatic than a lion? Thoughts? I'm curious. Let's see. Marley, I don't know if you're here still. If you happen to be here, let me know what you want to hone in on. Generally speaking, I kind of skip taxonomy and go into description. I like behavior and ecology, cultural depictions. Those are kind of my go-tos. Well, and Reach Pat, since you're a tiger person, let me know if there's anything in particular you want to learn about. A lot of personality. It's true. It's true. Let's see. Reach Pat is better than any lion I know. Nice. It's close, but yeah, I think tiger is greater than lion for charisma. Charisma check. I'm gonna need you to roll a d20. That was a weird nerd joke that I didn't pull off well. Etymology. The Middle English, tigre, and Old English, tigress, derived from Old French, tigre. I don't know why I'm reading it like that. And Latin, tigris. This is borrowing from Classical Greek, tigris, a foreign borrowing of an unknown origin, meaning tiger, and the river Tigris. That makes sense. The origin may have been Persian word tigra, meaning pointed or sharp, and the Avestan word tigri, arrow, perhaps referring to the speed of the tiger's leap, although these words are not known to have any meanings associated with tigers. Pointed or sharp, I was thinking was with the teeth maybe, but maybe not. The generic name Panthera is derived from the Latin word panthera and the ancient Greek word panther. Fun fact, I am both a tiger and a lion. Are you a Leo? Were you a Leo born in the year of the tiger? I love that. I'm a crab and a snake. Love that. You're such a cat. You're a cat. Fun. Love that. Love that for you. Let's see. I'm gonna skip taxonomy, but we're gonna look at these pictures. Here's a Bengal tiger. This is a Caspian tiger. This is a Siberian tiger. This is a South China tiger. Indo-Chinese tiger. Look at this pretty boy. A Malayan tiger. This is a Javian tiger. A Bali tiger. Sumatran tiger. So fancy. They're so majestic. But when I see the way that they sit, it's just so funny. Like my cat, if you have a cat, you know what I mean. There are ways that like my cat will like walk that just like, it's like, you're just a baby tiger. Like you really are. Like, it's so funny. Like dogs, I feel like domesticated dogs are far enough removed that now, although Veery has huskies, so maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like most domesticated dogs are far away enough, like evolutionarily speaking, from like wild dogs that like you can see the distinction in behavior and all of that for the most part. Cats though, man, I feel like cats still very much are like just the same as giant cats, you know? Lulu, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Beautiful, right? Let's see. Shadow is laying upside down, so wolf-like. Right. That's what I mean. Each kind of look different. No, they do. They absolutely do. Like the Sumatran tiger. I was going to say it's harder in the older pictures, but like Definitely the Malayan and the Sumatran, I can see a difference. Absolutely. Indo-Chinese. Yeah. No, I agree with you, Soul. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Evolution, I think is cool. We're going to skip it. Here's a skull. Muscles. Cat. Do you like how we don't need to read their caption. I'll just make it up. Here, guys. Skull, muscles, cat. Hybrids, I do think is kind of interesting because everyone always talks about a liger because of Napoleon Dynamite. Or is that just people my age? Captive tigers were bred with lions to create hybrids called a liger and a tigon. They share physical and behavioral qualities of both parent species. Breeding hybrids is now discouraged due to emphasis on conservation. The liger is a cross between a male lion and a tigress. Ligers are typically between 10 and 12 feet, 3.0 and 3.7 meters in length, and weigh between 800 and 1,000 pounds, 360 and 450 kilograms or more. They're big boys. Because the lion sire passes on growth-promoting gene, but the corresponding growth-inhibiting gene from the female tiger is absent, ligers grow far larger than either parent species. Wow. Less common tigon is a cross between a lioness and a male tiger. Because the male tiger does not pass on growth-promoting gene and the lioness passes on a growth-inhibiting gene, tigons are around the same size as their parents. Some females are fertile and occasionally give birth to letagons when mated to a male Asiatic lion. Interesting. Such a good stretch. Look at this good stretch. Good stretch, good stretch. That's what I mean. It's like my cat does the same thing. Garage this conversation. Not garage. This conversation as I'm literally cradling and loving my wolf descendant. She's like a real ass baby. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. All per her request. Right. Well, and like, don't get me wrong. Like my cat is very cuddly and silly, but she just has these weird little hunter moments where and there's like, she'll just like the way she walks. It's just like, you just look like a tiny tiger, or like a tiny panther. Yeah, totally. Did y'all ever watch Jeff Corwin Experience? Yes. I didn't even, sorry for yelling at you about it, but like that, that like triggered something in my brain that I had not thought about in a minute. That was a very like Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment. Missed that show. He was awesome. I grew up on, I feel like the original was like Steve Irwin, right? But I remember Jeff Corwin for sure. Tigers sound so beautiful. It was a beautiful word. Yeah. All per her request. Nah. All right, description. The tiger has a muscular body with strong forelimbs, a large head, and a tail that is about half the length of its body. Its pelage coloration, the fur, varies between shades of orange with a white underside and distinctive vertical black stripes, the patterns of which are unique in each individual. Stripes are likely advantageous for camouflage in vegetation such as long grass with strong vertical patterns of light and shade. The tiger is one of only a few striped cat species. It is not known why spotted patterns and rosettes are more common camouflage patterns among felids. Interesting. The orange color may also aid in camouflage as the tiger's prey are dichromats. Okay. And thus may perceive the cat as green and blended with the vegetation. Interesting. I am the Tiger King. Are you Zenith? I still have not watched Tiger King. I don't think I will. I missed that part of the pandemic. I was doing other things, I guess. I have not watched it. I've heard enough about it that I'm like, yeah, maybe someday, but probably not. They're going to come out with a second season. Let's see. A tiger's coat pattern is still visible when it's shaved. This is not due to the skin pigmentation, but to stubble and hair follicles embedded on the skin. It has a mane-like heavy growth of fur around the neck and jaws and long whiskers, especially in males. The pupils are circular with yellow irises. Dude, their eyes are so pretty. This guy's eyes are closed, but yeah. The small rounded ears have a prominent white spot on the back surrounded by black. These spots are thought to play an important role in intraspecific communication. Interesting. Kind of wish I hadn't watched it. Very icky feelings after, hard to describe. That's why I haven't watched it. Yeah. From everything that everyone described to me in terms of like what the like documentary is about, I was like, I don't, yeah, no, I fully feel that, Zenith. Yeah. That's why I've avoided it, which is not to admonish anyone that watched it and enjoyed it, because it sounds fascinating. I know myself well enough to know that like yeah. The tiger skull is similar to a lion skull, with the frontal region usually less depressed or flattened, and a slightly longer post-orbital region. The lion skull shows broader nasal openings. Due to the variation in the skull sizes of the two species, the structure of the lower jaw is a reliable indicator for their identification. The tiger has fairly stout teeth. Its somewhat curved canines are the longest among living felids. Felids. With a crown height of up to 90 millimeters, 3.5 inches. This is a Bengal tiger skeleton on display at the Museum of Osteology. Also the saxophone, though. Anyway, size. There's notable sexual dimorphism between male and female tigers, with the latter being consistently smaller. The size difference between them is proportionally greater in the large tiger species, with males weighing up to 1.7 times more than females. Wow. Males also have whiter forepaw pads, enabling sex to be identified from tracks. Interesting. It has been hypothesized that body size of different tiger populations may be correlated with climate and be explained by thermoregulation and Bergmann's rule, or by distribution and size of available prey species. We learned about Bergmann's rule. I always forget. Bergmann's rule, ecogeographical rule that states within a broadly distributed taxonomic clade, populations and species of larger size are found in colder environments, smaller size, warmer regions. Bergmann's rule is cool. It's very interesting. Let's see. Generally, males vary in total length from 250 to 390 centimeters, 98 to 154 inches, and weigh between 90 and 300 kilograms, 200 and 660 pounds, with a skull length ranging from 316 to 383 millimeters, 12.4 to 15.1 inches. What? Their skull is like this big? I guess that makes sense. Let's see. Females vary in total length from 200 to 275 centimeters, so 79 to 108 inches, weigh 65 to 167 kilograms, 143 to 368 pounds, with a skull length ranging from 268 to 318 millimeters, 10.6 to 12.5 inches. Yeah, that is a big disparity. I mean, it makes sense. I said 1.7, but like that's a big difference in terms of males and females in size. In either sex, the tail represents about 0.6 to 1.1 meter, 2 feet to 3 feet 7 inches of the total length. Very long tails. The Bengal and Siberian tigers are among the tallest cats in shoulder height. They're also ranked among the biggest cats that have ever existed, reaching weights of more than 300 kilograms, 660 pounds. The tigers of Sunda Islands are smaller and less heavy than tigers in mainland Asia, rarely exceeding 142 kilograms, 313 pounds in weight. Look at these guys, white tigers. I love the color variants. Aren't there black tigers too? We're going to learn about it. This is in Haifa Zoo. I don't know where that is. Starts measuring reach to add into Wiki. I love that. Let's see. There are 3 other color variants: white, golden, and nearly stripeless snow white. Okay, so maybe there aren't like brown and black ones. I don't know why I thought that. That are now virtually non-existent in the wild due to reduction of wild tiger populations, but continue in captive populations. The white tiger has fur and sepia brown stripes. The golden tiger has a pale golden pelage with a blonde tone and reddish brown stripes. The snow white tiger is a morph with extremely faint stripes and a pale reddish brown ringed tail. Both snow white and golden tigers are homozygous for Corin gene mutations. I don't know what that means. Protein, something. Okay. The white tiger lacks pheomelanin, which creates the orange color and has dark sepia brown stripes and blue eyes. This altered pigmentation is caused by a mutant gene that is inherited as an autosomal recessive trait, which is determined by a white locus. It is not an albino, as the dark pigments are scarcely affected. Interesting. The mutation changes a single amino acid in the transporter protein, SLC45A2. Both parents need to have the allele for whiteness to have white cubs. Did I read that right? Yeah. Between the early and mid 20th centuries, white tigers were recorded and shot in the Indian states of Odisha, Bihar, Assam, and in the area of Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. The local Maharaja started breeding tigers in the early 1950s and kept a white male tiger together with its normal colored daughter. They had white cubs. To preserve this recessive trait, only a few white individuals were used in captive breeding, which led to a high degree of inbreeding. Yeah, inbreeding depression is the main reason for many health problems of captive white tigers. That makes sense, including strabismus, stillbirth deformities, and premature death. Other physical defects include cleft palate and scoliosis. Snow ones are so stunning, right? Gorgeous, so pretty. Let's see. Tiger Species Survival Plan has condemned the breeding of white tigers, alleging they are mixed ancestry and unknown lineage. The genes responsible for white coloration are represented by 0.001% of the population. The disproportionate growth in numbers of white tigers points to inbreeding among homozygous recessive individuals. This would lead to inbreeding depression and loss of genetic variability. There are also records of pseudo-melanic or black tigers. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ooh, pretty. Which have thick stripes that merge. In Simlipal National Park, 37% of the tiger population has this condition, which has been linked to isolation and inbreeding. It's interesting that so many of these color variants come back to inbreeding, right? You heard Lydia? I don't even know what I said. Let's see. Distribution and habitat. The tiger historically ranged. Actually, if we read a little bit about range, I might, just because animal articles tend to be longer, I might move on ahead. But we can take a look at this graphic real quick, and that'll help. So historic range is this kind of like pale orange color. As you can see, it's like pretty big. Current range is very small. It's like this like brownish color. And it said earlier, very fragmented. So you're looking at like Southeast Asia for the most part, right? Interesting. Okay. Behavior and ecology. This is my favorite. Social and daily activities. Also, look at this beautiful baby. They're comfortable in water and frequently bathe. My cat does. She's curious about water. But I think she would murder me if I tried to give her a bath. Cthulhu, thank you for the lurk. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Social and daily activities. When not subject to human disturbance, the tiger is mainly diurnal. It does not often climb trees, but cases have been recorded. It is a strong swimmer and often bathes in ponds, lakes, and rivers, thus keeping cool in the heat of the day. Individuals can cross rivers up to 7 kilometers, 4.3 miles wide, and can swim up to 29 kilometers, 18 miles in a day. Wow. During the 1980s, the tiger was observed frequently hunting prey through a deep lake water in Ranthambore National Park. Where's that? In India. Okay. Tiger is a long-ranging species, and individuals disperse over distances of up to 650 kilometers, 400 miles, to reach tiger populations in other areas. Radio-collared tigers in the Chitwan National Park started dispersing from their natal areas earliest at the age of 19 months. 4 females dispersed between 0 and 43.2 kilometers, 0.0 and 26.8 miles, and 10 males between 9.5 and 65.7 kilometers, 5.9 and 40.8 miles. None of them crossed open cultivated areas. None of them crossed open cultivated areas that were more than 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles wide, but moved through forested habitat. And here we have a tiger scent marking its territory. Adult tigers lead largely solitary lives. They establish and maintain territories, but have much wider home ranges within which they roam. Resident adults of either sex generally confine their movements to their home ranges, within which they satisfy their needs and those of their growing cubs. Individuals sharing the same area are aware of each other's movements and activities. The size of the home range mainly depends on prey abundance, that makes sense, geographic area, and the sex of the individual. In India, home ranges appear to be 50 to 1,000 kilometers squared, 19 to 386 square miles, while in Manchuria, they range from 500 to 4,000 kilometers squared, 190 to 1,540 square miles. In Nepal, defended territories are recorded to be 19 to 151 kilometers squared, 7.3 to 58.3 square miles for males, and 10 to 51 kilometers squared, 3.9 to 19.7 square miles for females. Get some more water here. A little more hydration, huh? Look at these guys. These are female cubs. They look huge for cubs. Female cubs playing in the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. Young female tigers establish their first territories close to their mothers. The overlap between the female and her mother's territory reduces with time. Males, however, migrate further than their female counterparts and set out a younger age to mark their own area. A young male acquires territory either by seeking out an area devoid of other male tigers or by living as a transient in another male's territory until he is old enough and strong enough to challenge the resident male. Young males seeking to establish themselves thereby comprise the highest mortality rate, 30 to 35% per year among adult tigers. Interesting. Let's see. To identify his territory, the male marks trees by spraying urine, classic, anal gland secretions, marking trails with feces, and marking trees or the ground with their claws. Females also use these scrapes, urine, and fecal markings. Scent markings of this type allow an individual to pick up information on another's identity, sex, and reproductive status. Females in estrus will signal their availability by scent marking more frequently and increasing their vocalizations. Although for the most part avoiding each other, tigers are not always territorial, and relationships between individuals can be complex. An adult of either sex will sometimes share its kill with others, even with unrelated tigers. George Schaller observed a male share a kill with 2 females and 4 cubs. Unlike male lions, male tigers allow females and cubs to feed on the kill before the male is finished with it. Interesting. All involved generally seem to behave amicably, in contrast to the competitive behavior shown by a lion pride. All comes back to tigers being more charismatic, I think, huh? The picture of the tigers playing just made me think of your mom's. Are those happy noises or fighting noises? 100%. It's so true, right? They're often happy noises until they're fighting noises. Let's see. Stephen Mills described a social feeding event in Ranthambore National Park. A dominant tigress they called Padmini killed a 250 kilogram, 555 pound male nilgai, a very large antelope. They found her at the kill just after dawn with her 3 14-month-old cubs, and they watched uninterrupted for the next 10 hours. During this period, the family was joined by 2 adult females and 1 adult male, all offspring from Padmini's previous litters, and by 2 unrelated tigers, 1 female and the other unidentified. By 3 o'clock, there were no fewer than 9 tigers round the kill. Interesting. It's interesting that they share their food like that. Let's see. Male tigers are generally less tolerant of other males within their territories than females are of other females. Territory disputes are usually solved by intimidation rather than outright violence. Several such incidents have been observed in which the subordinate tiger yielded by rolling onto its back and showing its belly in a submissive posture. Once dominance has been established, a male may tolerate a subordinate within its range as long as they do not live in too close quarters. The most serious disputes tend to occur between two males competing for a female in estrus, sometimes fighting to the death. Facial expressions include the defensive threat, where an individual bares its teeth, flattens its ears, and pupils enlarge. Both males and females show a flamen response, a characteristic grimace when sniffing urine markings, but flamen is more often associated with males detecting the markings made by tigress and estrus. Is it that the face? There it is. That's the face. That's a flamen. Let's see. You can do it, BB. Thank you. That face, right? It's a pretty good face right there. Let's see. Like other Panthera, tigers roar, particularly in aggressive situations during the mating season or when making a kill. There are two different roars. The true roar is made by using a hyoid apparatus, interesting, and forced through an open mouth as it progressively closes. And the shorter, harsher coughing roar is made with an open mouth and the teeth exposed. The true roar can be heard at up to 3 kilometers, 1.9 miles away, and is sometimes emitted 3 or 4 times in succession. When tense, tigers will moan, a sound similar to a roar, but more subdued and made when the mouth is partially or completely closed. Moaning can be heard 400 meters, 1,300 feet away. Chuffing, a soft, low-frequency snorting, similar to purring in smaller cats, is heard in more friendly situations. Other vocalizations include grunts, woofs, snarls, meows, hisses, and growls. All of them. All of them. He is doing the what's up. Yeah, he is. It's true. You're right. You're right. Look at this guy. He looks like he's smiling. This is an adult tiger showing incisors, canines, and part of the premolars and molars. In the wild, tigers mostly feed on large and medium-sized mammals, particularly ungulates, weighing 60 to 250 kilograms, 130 to 550 pounds. The most significantly preferred species are sambar deer, wapiti, barasingha, and wild boar. Tigers are capable of taking down larger prey, like adult gaur? Gaur. Oh, wow. And wild water buffalo, but will opportunistically eat much smaller prey such as monkeys, peafowl, and other ground-based birds, hares, porcupines, and fish. They also prey on other predators, including dogs, leopards, pythons, bears, and crocodiles. Tigers generally do not prey on fully grown adult Asian elephants and Indian rhinoceros, but incidents have been reported. Interesting. More often, it is the more vulnerable small calves that are taken. When in close proximity to humans, tigers will also sometimes prey on such domestic livestock as cattle, horses, and donkeys. Although almost exclusively carnivorous, tigers will occasionally eat vegetation for dietary fiber, such as the fruit of the slow match tree. Interesting. Cool. Here we have the dentition of a tiger. This is making me want to go train a tiger on my HC Hunter. Do it. You should. You should. Tigers are the best. What you should really do is get a tiger from Sunjin and have that be your pet the whole time. I think. Let's see. Tigers are thought to be mainly nocturnal predators, but in areas where humans are absent, remote-controlled, hidden camera traps recorded them hunting in daylight. They generally hunt alone and ambush their prey as most other cats do, overpowering them from any angle, using their body size and strength to knock the prey off balance. Successful hunts usually require the tiger to almost simultaneously leap onto its quarry, knock it over, and grab the throat or nape with its teeth. Despite their larger size, tigers can reach speeds of about 49 to 65 kilometers per hour, 30 to 40 miles per hour, but only in short bursts. Consequently, tigers must be close to their prey before they break cover. If the prey senses the tiger's presence before this, the tiger usually abandons the hunt rather than give chase or battle pre-alerted prey. Horizontal leaps of up to 10 meters, 33 feet, have been reported, although leaps of around half this distance are more typical. 1 in 2 to 20 hunts, including stalking near potential prey, ends in a successful kill. I just comprehended this. 33 feet? That's a very long leap. Wow. Let's see. But I named by Ravager's son. What? And I am Dad HC. I cannot abandon my son. Don't abandon your son. Just make a new hunter in case of an emergency. Name the tiger daughter and give them both time. Fun knows what's up. Here we have a Bengal tiger subduing an Indian boar at Tadoba National Park. And then a Bengal tiger attacking a sambar in Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. When hunting larger animals, tigers prefer to bite the throat and use their powerful forelimbs to hold on to prey, often simultaneously wrestling it to the ground. The tiger remains latched onto the neck until its target dies of strangulation. By this method, gaurs and water buffaloes weighing over a ton have been killed by tigers weighing almost a sixth as much. Wow. That is wild. That's wild. Although they can kill healthy adults, tigers often select calves or infirm of the large species. Healthy adult prey of this type can be dangerous to tackle, as long, strong horns, legs, and tusks are potentially fatal to the tiger. No other extant land predator routinely takes on prey this large on its own. That is, yes, murder, tiger. It's very impressive. With small prey such as monkeys and hares, the tiger bites the nape, often breaking the spinal cord, oof, brutal, piercing the windpipe, or severing the jugular vein or common carotid artery. Rarely, tigers have been observed to kill prey by swiping with their paws, which are powerful enough to smash the skulls of domestic cattle and break the backs of sloth bears. Holy fuck, dude. After killing their prey, tigers sometimes drag it to conceal it in vegetation, grasping with their mouths at the site of the killing bite. This, too, can require great physical strength. In one case, after it had killed an adult gaur, a tiger was observed to drag the massive carcass over a distance of 12 meters, 39 feet. When 13 men simultaneously tried to drag the same carcass later, they were unable to move it. What the hell? An adult tiger can go for up to 2 weeks without eating, then gorge on a 34 kilogram, 75 pound of flesh at one time. Wow! Swipe or no swiping. I see you, soul vibes. I see you. So scary and dangerous, but so pretty. Dude, they're very powerful. Which, like, I knew on some level, but, like, reading about it, it's like, holy moly. In captivity, adult tigers are fed 3 to 6 kilograms, 6.6 to 13.2 pounds of meat per day. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. Enemies and competitors. Tigers usually prefer to eat self-killed prey, but eat carrion in times of scarcity and also steal prey from other large carnivores. Interesting. Although predators typically avoid one another, if a prize is under dispute or a serious competitor is encountered, displays of aggression are common. If these fail, the conflicts may turn violent. Tigers may kill or even prey on competitors such as leopards, d-holes. It's probably not how you say it. Look at this D-hole. I don't know why. I don't know why. Leopards, D-holes. It's certainly not how you say it. Striped hyenas, wolves, bears, pythons, and mugger crocodiles on occasion. Crocodiles, bears, and large packs of D-holes. I don't know why. What? You heard me. May win conflicts with tigers, and crocodiles and bears may even kill them. Oh, God. How do you say it? Just dole? D-holes. This is a D-hole. Okay. Brain is being a meanie, so I'll have to take off. Yeah, go do your thing, Cthulhu. Go take care of yourself. Thank you for hanging out. It's so good to see you. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Yeah, go do what you gotta do to take care of yourself. Here we have an illustration by somebody of a tiger hunted by wild dogs. Let's see. The considerably smaller leopard avoids competition from tigers by hunting at different times of the day and hunting different prey. In India's Nagarhole National Park, most prey selected by leopards were from 30 to 175 kilograms, 66 to 386 pounds, against a preference for heavier prey by tigers. The average prey weight in the two respective cats in India was 37.6 kilograms, 83 pounds, against 91.5 kilograms, 202 pounds. Wow. With relatively abundant prey, tigers and leopards were seen to successfully coexist without competitive exclusion or interspecies dominance hierarchies that may be more common to African savanna, where the leopard lives beside the lion. Golden jackals may scavenge on tiger kills. Tigers appear to inhabit the deep parts of the forest, while smaller predators like leopards and d-holes, I can't, are pushed closer to the fringes. Reproduction and life cycle. Here we have a tiger family in the Kanha Tiger Reserve. Look at these guys. Tiger family in Tadova and Hari Tiger Reserve. Tiger mates all year round, but most cubs are born between March and June, with a second peak in September. Gestation ranges from 93 to 114 days, with an average of 103 to 105 days. A female is only receptive for 3 to 6 days. Mating is frequent and noisy during that time. Females give birth in a sheltered location, such as tall grass, in a dense thicket, cave, or rocky crevice. The father generally takes no part in rearing. Litters consist of 2 or 3 cubs, rarely as many as 6. Cubs weigh from 780 to 1,600 grams, 28 to 56 ounces each at birth, and are born with eyes closed. They open their eyes when they are 6 to 14 days old. Their milk teeth break through at the age of about 2 weeks. They start to eat meat at the age of 8 weeks. Around this time, females usually shift them to a new den. They make short ventures with their mother, although they do not travel with her as she roams her territory until they are older. Females lactate for 5 to 6 months. Around the time that they are weaned, they start to accompany their mother on territorial walks and are taught how to hunt. Interesting. Dominant cub emerges in most litters, usually a male. The dominant cub is more active than its siblings and takes the lead in their play, eventually leaving its mother and becoming independent earlier. The cubs start hunting on their own earliest at the age of 11 months and become independent around 18 to 20 months of age. They separate from their mother at the age of 2 to 2.5 years, but continue to grow until the age of 5 years. Young females reach sexual maturity at 3 to 4 years, whereas males at 4 to 5 years. Unrelated wandering male tigers often kill cubs in order to make the female receptive, since the tigress may give birth to another litter within 5 months if the cubs of the previous litter are lost. Wow, that's fucked up. That's real fucked up. Nature's fucked up. The mortality rate of tiger cubs is about 50% in the first 2 years. Few other predators attack tiger cubs due to the diligence and ferocity of the mother. Apart from humans and other tigers, common causes of cub mortality are starvation, freezing, and accidents. Generation length of the tiger is about 8 years. The oldest recorded captive tiger lived for 26 years. Damn. Basically out of iced coffee. Okay. Occasionally, male tigers participate in raising cubs, usually their own, but this is extremely rare and not always well understood. In May 2015, Amur tigers were photographed by camera traps in Sakot Alin Nature Reserve. These photos show a male Amur tiger pass by, followed by a female and 3 cubs within the span of about 2 minutes. In Ranthambore, a male Bengal tiger raised and defended 2 orphaned female cubs after their mother had died of illness. The cubs remained under his care. He supplied them with food, protected them from his rival and sister, and apparently also trained them. Okay. Let's look. I'm going to skip ahead here. Look at this guy. Camera trap image of a wild Sumatran tiger. Let's see. Relations with humans. Tiger hunting. The tiger has been one of the most sought-after game animals of Asia. Tiger hunting took place on a large scale in the early 19th and 20th centuries, being a recognized and admired sport by the British in colonial India. The Maharajas and aristocratic class of the erstwhile princely states of pre-independence India. A single Maharaja or English hunter could claim to kill over 100 tigers in their hunting career. Tiger hunting was done by some hunters on foot. Others sat up on macans? Hunting blind. Okay, interesting. With a goat or buffalo tied out as bait, yet others on elephant back. So here we have a picture of tiger hunting on elephant back in India, 1808. Historically, tigers have been hunted at a large scale, so their famous striped skins could be collected. The trade in tiger skins peaked in the 1960s, just before the international conservation efforts took effect. By 1977, a tiger skin in an English market was considered to be worth US $4,250. Wow. Body part use. Tiger parts are commonly used as amulets in South and Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, the fossils in the Palawan were found beside stone tools. This, beside the evidence for cuts on the bones and the use of fire, suggests that early humans had accumulated the bones, and the condition of the tiger subfossils, dated to approximately 12,000 to 9,000 years ago, differed from other fossils in the assemblage, dated to the Upper Paleolithic. The tiger subfossils showed a longitudinal fracture of the cortical bone due to weathering, which suggests that they had post-mortem been exposed to light and air. Tiger canines were found in Ambangan. Say it one more time. Ambangan sites, dating to the 10th to 12th centuries in Bataan, Butuan, Mindanao. Here's a hunter party posing with a killed Javan tiger in 1941. Many people in China and other parts of Asia have a belief that various tiger parts have medicinal properties, including as painkillers and aphrodisiacs. There's no scientific evidence to support these beliefs. The use of tiger parts in pharmaceutical drugs in China is already banned, and the government has made some offenses in connection with tiger poaching punishable by death. Furthermore, all trade in tiger parts is illegal under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, and a domestic trade ban has been in place in China since 1993. Alrighty, BB, gotta head out. Might end today with no job again. Hey, do your thing. You can always find another job. You know what I mean? It's not worth your peace of mind. But yeah, you take care of yourself. It was good to see you, Viri. Thank you for coming by. I hope everything turns out. Be kind to yourself. Do what you gotta do, okay? All right, let's see. However, the trading of tiger parts in Asia has become a major black market industry, and governmental and conservation attempts to stop it have been ineffective to date. Almost all black marketers engaged in the trade are based in China and have either been shipped or sold within their own country or into Taiwan, South Korea, or Japan. The Chinese subspecies was almost completely decimated by killing for commerce due to both the parts and skin trades in the 1950s through the 70s. Contributing to the illegal trade, there are a number of tiger farms in the country specializing in breeding them for profit. It is estimated that between 5,000 and 10,000 captive-bred, semi-tame animals live in these farms today. However, many tigers for traditional medicine, black market, are wild ones shot or snared by poachers and may be caught anywhere in the tiger's remaining range, from Siberia to India to the Malay Peninsula to Sumatra. In the Asian black market, a tiger penis can be worth the equivalent of around $300 US. Why? But why, though? Is that a medicinal? It's got to be a medicinal thing, right? In the years of 1990 through 1992, 27 million products with tiger derivatives were found. Interesting. In July 2014, at an international convention on endangered species in Geneva, Switzerland, a Chinese representative admitted for the first time his government was aware trading in tiger skins was occurring in China. Interesting. I don't know if any of you, do you know about Tiger Balm? Tiger Balm, it's just like a brand of like, it's basically like really intense icy hot that like people often use if they have like really like sore muscles, right? So I keep it around because I used to use it for rugby all the time. But I'm curious now because it's basically just like petroleum jelly with a bunch of like menthol and peppermint and like capsaicin, right? To like make your skin kind of like tingly. I just wonder if the name Tiger Balm is derived from some sort of medicine that utilizes tiger parts. I'm curious about that because I didn't really know about the medicinal connection. Here we have a stereographic photograph, 1903, captioned "Famous man-eater at Calcutta devoured 200 men, women, and children before the capture, India." Man-eating tigers. Wild tigers that have had no prior contact with humans actively avoid interactions with them. Yeah, that makes sense. However, tigers cause more human deaths through direct attack than any other wild mammal. Attacks are occasionally provoked as tigers lash out after being injured while they themselves are hunted. Attacks can be provoked accidentally, as when a human surprises a tiger or inadvertently comes between a mother and her young, or as in the case of rural India when a postman startled the tiger, used to seeing him on foot by riding on a bicycle. Interesting. Occasional tigers have come to view people as prey. Such attacks are most common in areas where population growth, logging, and farming have put pressure on tiger habitats and reduced their wild prey. Most man-eating tigers are old, missing teeth, and unable to capture their preferred prey. For example, the Champawat tiger. Take a look. There he is. A tigress found in Nepal and then India had 2 broken canines. She was responsible for an estimated 430 human deaths. Wow. Most attacks known to be perpetrated by a single wild animal. By the time she was shot in 1907 by Jim Corbett. According to Corbett, tiger attacks on humans are normally in daytime when people are working outdoors and are not keeping watch. Early writings tend to describe man-eating tigers as cowardly because of their ambush tactics. Interesting. Man-eaters have been a particular problem in recent decades in India and Bangladesh, especially in Kumaon, Garhwal, and in the Sundarbans, mangrove swamps of Bengal, where some healthy tigers have hunted humans. Because of rapid habitat loss attributed to climate change, tiger attacks have increased in the Sundarbans. The Sundarbans area had 129 human deaths from tigers from 1969 to 1971. In the 10 years prior to that period, about 100 attacks per year in the Sundarbans, with a high of around 430 in some years of the 1960s. Unusually, in some years in the Sundarbans, more humans are killed by tigers than vice versa. Interesting. In 1972, India's production of honey and beeswax dropped from 50% when at least 29 people who gathered these materials were devoured. Yikes, dude. In 1986, in the Sundarbans, since tigers almost always attack from the rear, masks with human faces were worn on the back of the head, on the theory that tigers usually do not attack if seen by their prey. This decreased the number of attacks only temporarily. All other means to prevent attacks, such as providing more prey or using electrified human dummies, did not work as well. Interesting. In captivity, here we'll get a little bit into the Tiger King kind of stuff, right? This is a publicity photo of animal trainer Gunther Gebel Williams with several of his trained tigers, promoting him as a superstar of the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus circa 1969. In ancient Roman times, tigers were kept in menageries and amphitheaters to be exhibited, trained, and paraded, and were often provoked to fight gladiators and other exotic beasts. Since the 17th century, tigers, being rare and ferocious, were sought after to keep European castles as symbols of their owner's power. Tigers became central zoo and circus exhibits in the 18th century. A tiger could cost up to 4,000 francs in France. For comparison, a professor of the Beaux Arts at Lyon earned only 3,000 francs a year, or up to $3,500 in the United States, where a lion cost no more than $1,000. Interesting. In 2007, over 4,000 captive tigers lived in China, of which 3,000 were held by 20 larger facilities, with the rest held by some 200 smaller facilities. In 2011, 468 facilities in the United States kept 2,884 tigers. 19 U.S. states banned private ownership of tigers, 15 require a license, and 16 states have no regulation. That's wild to me. Genetic ancestry of 105 captive tigers from 14 countries and regions showed that 49 animals belonged distinctly to 5 subspecies. 52 animals had mixed subspecies origins. Many Siberian tigers in zoos today are actually the result of crosses with Bengal tigers. Huh. Get a little more water here. Here we have a bronze tiger tally Jai, with gold inlay from the tomb of Zhao Mo. It's really pretty. Cultural depictions. Tigers and their superlative qualities have been a source of fascination for mankind since ancient times, and they are routinely visible as an important cultural and media motifs. They are also considered one of the most charismatic megafauna, there it is again, and are also used as the face of conservation campaigns worldwide. In a 2004 online poll conducted by the cable television channel Animal Planet, involving more than 50,000 viewers from 73 countries, the tiger was voted the world's favorite animal. Really? With 21% of the vote, narrowly beating the dog. Wow. Huh. Myth and legend. Oh my god, look at this picture. This is tiger and magpie in the Minhua, late 19th century. How funny. I didn't even notice the magpie because look at this guy's face. Myth and legend. In Chinese myth and culture, the tiger is one of the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac. In Chinese art, the tiger is depicted as an earth symbol, interesting, and an equal rival of the Chinese dragon, the two representing matter and spirit, respectively. The southern Chinese martial art, Hung Ga, is based on the movements of the tiger and crane. In imperial China, a tiger was the personification of war and often represented the highest army general or present-day defense secretary, while the emperor and empress were represented by a dragon and phoenix, respectively. The white tiger is one of 4 symbols of the Chinese constellations. It is sometimes called the white tiger of the West and represents the West and autumn season. The tiger's tail appears in stories from countries including China and Korea, it being generally inadvisable to grasp a tiger by the tail. In Korean myth and culture, the tiger is regarded as a guardian that drives away evil spirits and a sacred creature that brings good luck, the symbol of courage and absolute power. For the people who live in and around forests of Korea, the tiger is considered the symbol of mountain spirit or the king of mountain animals. So, Koreans call the tiger Sangun, means mountain lord. In Buddhism, the tiger is one of 3 senseless creatures, symbolizing anger, with the monkey representing greed and the deer lovesickness. That's funny. The Tungusic people considered Siberian tiger a near deity and often refer to it as grandfather or old man. The Yudij and Nanai call it Amba. The Manchu consider the Siberian tiger as Hulin, the king. In Hinduism, the god Shiva wears and sits on a tiger skin. The 10-armed warrior goddess Durga, rides the tigress or lioness, Daemon, into battle. In southern India, the god Ayyappan was associated with a tiger. The were-tiger. Were-tiger? What? A were-cat as opposed to a werewolf. I didn't even know that was a thing. The were-tiger replaces the werewolf in shape-shifting folklore in Asia. That's so cool. I had no idea. In India, they were evil sorcerers, while in Indonesia and Malaysia, they were somewhat more benign. In Greco-Roman tradition, the tiger was depicted being ridden by the god Dionysus, or drawing that god's chariot. See illustration. Do we have an illustration? I don't see an illustration, but that's fine. Oh, here's a guy's penis. Moving on. Literature and media. In Hindu epic Mahabharata, the tiger is fiercer and more ruthless than the lion. William Blake's poem in his song Songs of Experience, 1794, titled The Tiger, portrays the tiger as a menacing and fearful animal. In Rudyard Kipling's 1894 The Jungle Book, the tiger Shere Khan is the mortal enemy of the human protagonist Mowgli. Fun? Did you see that? Did you see that little sneak peek? How was I to know? Anyway, Jan Martel's 2001 Man Booker Prize winning novel Life of Pi features the title character surviving a shipwreck for months on a small boat with a large Bengal tiger while avoiding being eaten. The story was adapted into Ang Lee's 2012 feature film of the same name. Here we have William Blake's first printing of the tiger, 1794. Friendly tiger characters include Tigger in A. A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh and Hobbs in the comic strip Calvin and Hobbes, both represented as stuffed animals come to life. Tony the Tiger is a famous mascot for Kellogg's breakfast cereal, Frosted Flakes, known for his catchphrase, "They're great." Also read an alternate tiger poem on Twitter, and it was fantastic. Yeah? Feel free to share it. Fun. I'll read it. Let's see. I might go ahead and call it here, actually. I guess we could read the Heraldian emblems. To be honest, can I be honest? I really have to pee. I've been needing to pee like this whole article, and I don't know why. I was like, I have to get through this article. Yeah, feel free to find it. I'm going to take a quick break to pee and then get more water and coffee and all that jazz. So if you need a snack or a beverage, or if you need to stretch or take your meds or whatever, go do that. Now's a great time. Shameless plug time. Friday's my birthday. So you should come celebrate my birthday with me. I'm going to do a 24-hour stream, and I'm sure halfway through I will be a wreck, and you should come be there and celebrate me with me, okay? Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. I love you guys. I will see you soon. Thank you for being here. All right, back in action, baby. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, it's okay. Hold on, hair and stuff. It's okay. I'm just gonna read a tiger poem now and deal with it. Fun. Thank you for finding that. Let me get into the Discord here. Okay, let's see. Thank you for reposting it and making it easier. I appreciate it. Okay, so tiger, tiger, burning bright. What immortal hand or eye could fashion such a stripy guy? What the hammer that hath hewn it into such a chonky unit? Did he who made the lamb make thee, or an external franchisee? What the hammer, what the nail that attached to thy swishy tail? What the forge and what the bellows? Where were wrought, you floofy fellows? Where were wrought is a lot. Where was bought the tube of glue by which your fur was stuck to you? In what distant deeps or skies are such sold art and craft supplies? On what anvil wert thou wrought? In what smithy? Who'd have thought a beast so fearsome, fierce, and hungry could be made so ironmongery? Ironmongery? I like it. Now that we've read about tigers, shall we read about Mac Tonight? Mac Tonight is one I don't know anything about. My little brother, Starknuckle, shout out Starknuckle, suggested it a while back. I think he suggested it on M Week, and I was like, oh well, with the letter M, like that, with the surname is Tonight, so we gotta wait until T Week. So this is for Starknuckle. If you're not following him, you should go follow him. So let's read about Mac Tonight, shall we? Mac Tonight is a fictional character used in the marketing for McDonald's restaurants during the late 1980s. Known for his crescent moon head, sunglasses, and piano playing, the character used the song Mac the Knife, which was made famous in the United States by Bobby Darin. Throughout the campaign, Mac was performed by actor Doug Jones. Oh, what? Wait. Wow, wild. Okay. Doug Jones in his fourth Hollywood job and voiced by Roger Bear. Wild. Originally conceived as a promotion to increase dinner sales by Southern California licensees, Mac Tonight's popularity led to McDonald's to take it nationwide in 1987. Although McDonald's ceased airing the commercials and retired the character after settling a lawsuit brought by Darin's estate in 1989, the company reintroduced the character 19 years later throughout Southeast Asia in 2007. They don't put nearly as much thought into ad campaigns anymore, right? It's so true. I wonder if part of that is because cable is kind of irrelevant at this point. Because really, like, commercials were always a thing with cable, right? Which, don't get me wrong, we still get ads for, like, streaming services, but I wonder, because people just, like, click through them or whatever, I wonder if, like, that's part of it. I don't know. This is fucking wild. So this is a picture of Mac Tonight animatronic at Solid Gold McDonald's in Greenfield, Wisconsin. What is Solid Gold McDonald's? There's so much happening here that I don't even know. So I feel like I have like a hair on my chin. Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna read through the thing because it's a pretty short one. All right. Original marketing campaign, 1986 to 1989. The campaign was created locally for California McDonald's franchisees by Los Angeles advertising firm Davis, Johnson, Mogul, and Colombato. Looking to increase the after 4 p.m. dinner business, the agency was inspired by the song Mac the Knife by Kurt Weill and Bertolt Brecht, which was made famous in the United States by Bobby Darin in 1959, and listened to different versions of it before opting to create an original version with new lyrics. It's interesting, we're going to get into it, I'm sure, but it's interesting that Bobby Darin's estate got mad about it, because, like, that's a song, I don't know who wrote it, but, like, Louis Armstrong back in the day, like it's just like a jazz standard. So many different people have performed it, so I'm curious as to how Bobby Darin's estate was able to pull that off. But anyway, after deciding not to feature real people or celebrities, the designer settled on an anthropomorphic crooner moon on a man's body with 1950s style sunglasses. The song and style were designed to appeal to baby boomers and a revival of 1950s style music and pop culture. The character, who played a grand piano atop either a floating cloud or a giant Big Mac, I feel not like there's like a weird part of my brain that does remember this slightly. Was intended to garner a cult-like following. What? E.g. Max Headroom? What the fuck? Who is this? Max Headroom is a fictional artificial intelligence character portrayed by Matt Frewer. Advertised as the first computer-generated TV presenter, Max was known for his biting commentary on a variety of topical issues. What? Arrogant wit, stuttering, and pitch-shifting voice. What the hell? Atop a giant Big Mac. Yeah. A cloud or a giant Big Mac is what it says. Well, there's like when it said floating cloud, I was like, nah, there's somewhere in my brain spaces that like remembers this. From 1986 to 87, the campaign expanded to other cities on the American West Coast. McDonald's said that the campaign had great success, while trade magazine Nation's Restaurant News announced that it had contributed to increases of over 10% in dinnertime business at some Californian restaurants. A crowd of 1,500 attended the visit of a costumed character to a Los Angeles McDonald's. Despite concerns that he was too typical of the West Coast, in February 1987, it was decided that the character would feature on national advertisements, which went to air that September, and he attracted a crowd of 1,000 in Boca Raton, Florida. During this period, Happy Meal toys were modeled after the character, were also released at participating McDonald's restaurants. A September 1987 survey by AdWatch found that the number of consumers who recalled McDonald's advertising before any other doubled from the previous month and was higher than any company since New Coke relaunch. New Coke in 1985. That's so funny. This is wild. All right, Doug Jones. Didn't even know that Doug Jones was involved. Doug Jones performed Mac Tonight for over 27 commercials for 3 years. Years later, in 2013, he recalled, "That's when my career took a turn that I was not expecting. I did not know that was a career option." Mac Tonight's voice was provided by Roger Bear. Director Peter Koutroulis, who won a Clio Award for a previous campaign for Borax, pitched several commercials which did not air, including an E.T.-like one in which two astronomers watch Mac Tonight drive his Cadillac through the sky. In 1989, okay, this is where I'm curious. In 1989, Bobby Darin's son, Dodd Mitchell Darin, claimed that the song infringed upon his father's trademark. How did his father get trademark over Mac the Knife? This is what I want to know. Because again, like, so many different musicians have covered Mac the Knife, and I don't think of the Bobby Darin version as being the version. I think of the Louis Armstrong version as being the version. What's the truth, Ellen? Okay, so anyway. Infringed upon his father's trademark without permission and filed a lawsuit, as well as an injunction for the song to be removed from both TV and radio ads. And also, if you're doing parody, wouldn't this fall under parody law, theoretically? It's not against the law to use the same chord changes and then, I mean, maybe because of the melody, but still, I'm so confused. As a response to the lawsuit, McDonald's stopped airing the commercials and retired the character after nearly 4 years of usage. They must have had a really good case, but I'm so curious in terms of music business and like music law, like how? Anyway, reintroduction in Southeast Asia, 2007. In 2007, McDonald's brought back the character in territories throughout Southeast Asia, such as in Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. The new Asian exclusive campaign featured a CGI animated Mac Tonight dancing atop McDonald's restaurant while singing and playing saxophone. Now I'm remembering any weird saxophone memory. I'm like, rather than a grand piano, as he played the original advertising campaign in the United States. Interesting. Although for the piano, I don't know. Both, again, weird things in my brain are popping up as we're reading about this. Sorry about it. Animatronics. In addition to the advertising campaign, a number of McDonald's restaurants during the early 1990s were also fitted with Mac Tonight animatronic figures, which featured the characters sitting on the front of a piano and playing it. The most and only prominent McDonald's restaurant to still feature one of the animatronics is the world's largest entertainment McDonald's in Orlando, Florida. Other known locations include a Greenfield, Wisconsin McDonald's known as Solid Gold McDonald's. Yeah, what is that about? Prior to undergoing major renovations in 2011. But NASCAR. Between 1997 and 1998, McDonald's sponsored NASCAR Hall of Famer Bill Elliott with Mac Tonight featured on his car. In 2016, the Mac Tonight theme was McDonald's driver Jamie McMurray's Chip Ganassi Racing No. 1 Chevrolet SS throwback scheme for Darlington Raceway's Southern 500. What the fuck did I just read? He had Mac Tonight on his car. Okay, all right, fair. Legacy. Mac Tonight has appeared on the cover of St. Pepsi's album Late Night Delight with Luxury Elite, and the Simpsons episodes Kiss Kiss Bang Bangalore as a cardboard cutout, and in Burger King's via Homer's Imagination. Moon Man. Moon Man is an unofficial parody of Mac Tonight, in which the character is depicted as advocating for racism, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, neo-Nazism, terrorism, race war, and genocide. Wow, what? The character originated in 2007 when internet user Farkle, 4chan shit, man, created a site on the internet community, YTMND, which shown a video loop of Mac Tonight with the reggaeton song Chacaron Macaron by El Chombo in the background. Using a text-to-speech program by AT&T, more Moon Man pages were created, some of which include the program uttering KKK, nod to the Ku Klux Klan, repeatedly in the background audio. Wow. Other users made Moon Man sing and rap. The first such video had him performing Money in the Bank by Lil Scrappy, with a few lyrical changes apart from Moon Man's name being inserted into the song and a chorus chanting for the Ku Klux Klan. Further videos were made portraying Moon Man as racist. Wow. Fucking racist fuckers ruining entertaining things. I know, right? Co-opting shit. What a bizarre random thing to take, too. In 2008, the YTMD... No, sorry, I'm just like, okay. But we were talking about it earlier. We were talking about trans folks. I just, I resent so much, and I don't think that, my, anger does anything, but, 4chan culture, Newgrounds culture, all of this, essentially it's just white supremacy under the guise of, oh, they're too young to know, it's just young male toxicity, whatever, blah blah. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. Oh, it's edgy. Edgy. It's no, it's fucking white supremacy, dude. Anyway, 2008, the YTMND Moon Man group was created to make and spread Moon Man content on YTMND. On October 2nd, 2008, a racist parody of Hypnotize by Notorious B.I.G., commonly known as Notorious KKK, was created by YTMND user Mluxmlan. It gained over 119,000 views over the next 7 years. 7 years. In 2015, the character spread to websites such as 4chan and 8chan as part of the alt-right movement. Yep. New songs were made supporting police brutality and celebrating the Orlando nightclub shooting. On June 1st, 2015, an album of Moon Man songs was released under the title Whitetopia, with a YouTube version accumulating 130,000 views. I see now. At first I was like, What does my little brother think is wild and ridiculous about this? This is what he was referencing. Certainly. Reception and impact. Salon compared Moonman to Pepe the Frog, which is another one we've talked about quite a bit because it appears on Twitch all the fucking time, right? Another meme labeled as a hate symbol. Moonman also appeared in the background of a billboard in support of Donald Trump 2016 presidential campaign. Wow. For which far-right activist Charles C. Johnson raised the funds to place in the swing state of Pennsylvania, depicting Pepe the Frog as Donald Trump guarding the wall on the Mexico-United States border. Wow. YouTube consistently removes Moonman videos for violating its community guidelines on hate speech, and AT&T has edited its text-to-speech software to filter out the character's name and obscenities. On September 26, 2019, the Anti-Defamation League added Moonman to their database of hate symbols. Wow. In 2019, the perpetrator of the Hall Synagogue shooting used the meme before his attack, posting a selfie on the date of August 8th, showing him in uniform with a button depicting Moonman. I did not even know this was a thing. I had no idea. This was a thing. Wild. Fucking wild. And you start from like this, right? Like you start from like this fuckery. It's interesting. It's interesting, this like trend of taking seemingly innocuous things and turning them into like such disgusting symbols. It's interesting. And I wonder if this is a thing that has like a history that goes beyond like internet culture, meme culture, but like it feels like something with the advent of like meme culture, no? Weird. All right, Mac tonight. Well, fuck. Shall we read about Taurus? Moving on. We'll read about Taurus and then we'll read about tapirs. How about that? Is it tapir or tapir? We're gonna figure it out. I wish I was joking. I'm not. Taurus astrology. Taurus is the second astrological sign in the modern zodiac. It spans from 30 degrees to 60 degrees of the zodiac. The sign belongs to the earth element or triplicity and has a feminine or negative polarity, as well as a fixed modality, quality, or quadruplicity. It is a Venus-ruled sign along with Libra. The moon is in its exaltation here, exaltation rather, at exactly 3 degrees. The sun transits this sign from approximately April 21st to May 20th in Western astrology, and May 15th to June 15th in sidereal astrology. I knew some of those words. Here it is. The bull. Let's see, history. The sign of Taurus is associated with several myths and bull worship from several ancient cultures. It was the first sign of the zodiac established among the Mesopotamians, who called it the Great Bull of Heaven. And it was the constellation through which the sun rose on the vernal equinox at that time. That is the early Bronze Age, from about 4000 BC to 1700 BC. Astrological associations. Taurus is the fixed modality of the 3 earth signs, the others being Virgo and Capricorn. And now we know. Taurus. Shall we learn about these guys? How do you say it? Taper. A taper. A taper? A taper. Taper! Jesus. Okay, a tapir is a large herbivorous, yep, I said that right, herbivorous mammal, similar in shape to a pig, with a short prehensile nose trunk. Tapirs inhabit jungle and forest regions of South and Central America, with one species inhabiting Southeast Asia. These weird little guys. Let's see. So Zeminator, I know you were saying that your husband wanted to read about this. If you happen to still be there, and there's anything in particular that you or your husband would like me to hone in on, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just kind of go for it. But yeah, let me know. Species. There are 4 widely recognized extant species of tapir. Why am I? It's because of that fucking video. Can I real quick? Okay. Is it Taper YouTube facts. Yeah, this guy. Okay, hold on. We're gonna watch this just cause. Just cause. It will explain why I'm having problems pronouncing things.
Here are true facts about the tapir.
See?
When all of the
This is
animals
tapir.
heard that Mrs. Tapir was going extinct,
taper.
they decided to pay her a visit and see if they could offer some advice. Tiger
Hold,
was
please.
first.
Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. Let me make this so that we can see it better. Let me go to the YouTube page. Here we go.
Here are true facts about the tapir. When all of the animals heard that Mrs. Tapir was going extinct, they decided to pay her a visit and see if they could offer
The
some
baby
advice.
is really cute.
Tiger was first, and she said, "You have such lovely stripes when you're a baby. You should keep them when you grow up. Then people might pay more attention to you." Tapir looked up from her paper and said, "Oh, stripes are a bit childish, don't you think? I mean, for a baby it's fine, but adults need to be taken more seriously." Said Tiger. "I have stripes and people take me seriously. You know what I did yesterday? I chased down an antelope and I ate its intestines while it was still alive. It started to scream, so I bit off its face." "Oh, silly Tiger," said Tapir, but it was obvious that she'd already gone back to clipping coupons. Next came Pig, and Pig said, "You're chubby, Tapir, but you should get fat, like really fat. I'm fat and humans love me." Tapir paused. "But they eat you." Pig nodded knowingly and said, "6 of one, half dozen of the other." Tapir said, "I don't think you know what that means, Pig." But Pig smiled a knowing smile and replied, "YOLO,"
Tapers
and
are
then
weird.
farted and backed
Look at
out
their
of the
faces.
room making a low ooh sound to seem mysterious. Next came Elephant. "Tapir, you should grow out that trunk of yours like I did." Tapir said, "Gosh, no offense, but I've had work done to get it to this size. Any bigger and it's just embarrassing." "Embarrassing," said the Elephant. "You know what I just did? Sucked water from a kiddie pool without bending my knees, drank half of it, took a crap, and used the rest like a portable bidet." "What's a bidet?" Tapir asked, but then quickly regretted the question when the live demo ensued. Circus Bear came next and said, "Tapir, I think I have the solution. Entertainment. Come, let me see that smile." And Tapir smiled, and Bear said,
God.
"Let's walk back from the smiling. Can you do any tricks?" Tapir shrugged. "Well, I've never thought silly hobbies were very appropriate for a grown tapir, but I do have one trick." And Bear clapped. "Let's see it," he said. "All right. Oh my. Holy, is that? Oh, okay. Yep, there's the trick. Well, I don't think this is suitable for my audience, but I do know some bears that run a live webcam show that might be interested." Tapir blushed. "Well, I don't use the internet. Crosswords are plenty enough thrill for me." Bird came next, but Bird's an idiot, so we won't talk about him. Hippopotamus, on the other hand, said, "Tapir, I heard you can swim. You should hang out with us and be the badasses of the waterhole. People love that stuff." Tapir smiled. "Not to brag, but I've done a bit of water ballet in my day, and I'm no stranger to a good paddling." Hippo frowned. "That isn't really badass, Tapir. Yesterday I had to kill a crocodile that bit my ass."
Oh yeah, the
"Well," said
penis section is
Tapir,
going to be,
"that kind of
it's going to be a
roughhousing
thing.
isn't allowed
I'm
in
pretty
the
sure that's
water.
like a pachyderm
Besides,
thing.
I wouldn't
Aren't
be
elephant
comfortable in a
penises
bathing
kind
suit
of like
all
that?
day anyway. And Tapir said,
But yeah, it's
"Thanks,
gonna have
but
a
no
section about
thanks" to
penises,
all of
for
the
sure.
animals, and closed her door so she could watch Leno. Just remember,
More than likely.
if you never take any risks, like Tapir, you might just fade away.
The main reason I needed to watch this was to like confirm my confusion about the pronunciation, because it's actually taper, right? But because of this video and how much they say tapir, it has now been implanted in my brain that's like, oh, maybe that's how you pronounce it. You don't. That's not. You don't. That's not. It's not how you, it's not. But my brain was like, this is how you pronounce things, right? No. But yeah, no, the penis section's gonna get wild. Let's get into it. Okay, let me get my music going again as well. Also, side note, my neighbors are playing music real loud right now. It's very intense. Anyway, 4 widely recognized extant species of tapir, not tapir, tapir, all in the genus Tapirus. Oh my god, I'm never going to be able to get away from it. Family Tapiridae. They are South American tapir, the Malayan tapir, Baird's tapir, and the mountain tapir. In 2013, a group of researchers said they had identified a 5th species of tapir known as the Kabomani tapir. Let's look at the pictures. I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see. This is the South American tapir. Very majestic. It's so strange. The Malayan tapir. Baird's tapir. Are they cute? I can't decide. Mountain tapir. He's a fuzzy one. Kabomani tapir. Okay, all right, okay. However, the existence of the Kabomani tapir as a distinct species has been widely disputed, and recent genetic evidence further suggests it's actually part of the species South American tapir. So here we go. Look at all these tapirs. Look at them being tapirs, huh? Huh? The 4 species are all classified on the IUCN Red List as endangered or vulnerable. The tapirs have a number of extinct relatives in the superfamily Tapiridae. The closest extant relatives of the tapirs are the odd-toed ungulates, which include horses, donkeys, zebras, and rhinoceroses. Interesting. Shall we watch this video of a tapir? Just real quick. They're so weird. Look at this weird face. What even? It is like a weird horse, elephant, pig hybrid. This is one of those animals kind of like platypuses, where it's like, this was a joke, right? This is God playing a joke on all of us, right? Like, how do you exist? Okay, anyway. General appearance. Size varies between types, but most tapirs are about 2 meters, 6.5 feet long, and stand about 1 meter, 3 feet high at the shoulder, and weigh between 150 to 300 kilograms, 330 to 700 pounds. Wow, heavy boys. Their coats are short and range in color from reddish brown to gray to nearly black, with the notable exceptions of the Malayan tapir, which has a white saddle-shaped marking on its back, and the mountain tapir, which has longer woolly fur. All tapirs have oval, white-tipped ears, rounded protruding rumps, and stubby tails, with splayed hoof toes, with 4 toes on the front feet and 3 on the hind feet. That's interesting. Which helps them to walk on muddy and soft ground? Huh. Baby tapirs of all types have striped and spotted coats for camouflage. That makes sense. Females have a single pair of mammary glands, and males have long penises. Fun, you nailed it. Relative to their body size. Good for them. Good for tapirs. Physical characteristics. The proboscis. The nose of the tapir is highly flexible organ, able to move in all directions, allowing the animals to grab foliage that would otherwise be out of reach. Tapirs often exhibit the Flehmen response. We were reading about that with tigers. A posture in which they raise their snouts, show their teeth to detect scents. This response is frequently exhibited by bulls sniffing for signs of other males or females in estrus in the area. The length of the proboscis varies among species. Malayan tapirs have the longest snouts, and Brazilian tapirs have the shortest. The evolution of the tapir proboscis. Another Flehmen response. I know, right? It's so cool. Isn't that... Okay, so I was talking about how modern cats, like house cats, feel very much like they're like, you know, tiger megafauna, like, you know, counterparts. The one thing that I think is funny is that, like, I believe, you can fact check me on this, but I believe rather than a Flehmen response, that's where the blep comes from. The blep that cats do, I think, is in an effort to be able to, like, make out scents better, which is really funny. So it's not quite the same. It doesn't have the ferocity of a Flehmen, but still pretty good. Okay, anyway. Frequently exhibited by bulls sniffing for signs of other males or females in estrus in the area. The length of the proboscis varies among species. Malayan tapirs have the longest snouts. Brazilian tapirs have the shortest. The evolution of tapir proboscis proboscis? It's fine. Made up almost entirely of soft tissues rather than bony internal structures, gives the Tapiridae skull a unique form in comparison to other perissodactyls. Odd-toed ungulates. Cool. With larger sagittal crest, orbits positioned more rostrally, and posteriorly telescoped cranium, and a more elongated and retracted naso-incisive incisor. Go with it. Here we go. Here we have some skulls. This is on the left a Malayan tapir skull. Then we have Baird's tapered. Then we have South American tapir and a mountain tapir. They are very distinct skulls, aren't they? It's interesting. Huh. Dentition, totaling 42 to 44 teeth. This dentition is closer to that of equids, which may differ by one less canine than their other perissodactyl relatives, rhinoceroses. Their incisors are reading is so hard. Oh gosh. Sirocco, hi! How are you? Welcome. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. That emote is amazing. If Twitch takes it away, I will be very upset. I'll be very disappointed. If y'all don't know Sirocco is fantastic. Playing Final Fantasy, okay. I feel like I've most frequently seen you play World of Warcraft, but I love that you're playing Final Fantasy. You're good. I was gonna say, I believe Sirocco also does drag on stream occasionally, right? It's good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm Abers. I play video games sometimes. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So we are learning about things that start with the letter T. Right now, we're reading about tapirs. So that's that. They better not remove it. They better not. So a friend of mine had a really good, I say friend of mine, in the Twitch space, in relative terms of Twitch. He had one that was like a little cartoon, just like booty shaking guy, and they took it away. And I was very upset. So they better not take yours away because it's beautiful and amazing. No one wanted to wow you with you. Sad day. Well, I hope Final Fantasy was good. How was your stream? I hope it was amazing. Thank you again for the raid. Y'all should go check out Sirocco sometime, for real. And also, if you need to go get some food or get some water, go stretch, go take care of yourself, do that. You're also welcome to chat and lurk, for sure. But don't be afraid to go take care of yourself if you got to. It's been 1 month since the last time I streamed in drag. Okay, had a bulk emote order, so I have to take all the time for it. Do it. Understandable. Yeah, I forgot that you make emotes too. Because didn't you, I know Jay Punzel. Did you make some emotes for Jay Punzel? I want to say that, I think that was you. Let me know if I'm thinking of the wrong person, but I'm pretty sure that was you. Final Fantasy was fun? Good. I'm glad to hear it. I haven't actually played it yet. I think, I was talking to another streamer about this. Like, I think because I'm such a WoW nerd, it's hard to like allow myself to play any other MMOs. It's like, but I play WoW, you know what I mean? Yeah, that was you? Okay, cool. Those are great. You make great emotes. Guys, if you need emotes, you should go check out Sirocco's work. They're so good. Well, good. I'm glad that people are giving you some emote work. But yeah, I want to see a drag stream sometime in the future. I'm sure you will when you have time. No pressure, but I want to catch one. I haven't yet. Oh my god, those are so goofy. Those are amazing. They have when you line them up like that, they have Furby vibes. You know what I mean? I love it. Those are great. Well, you want to learn about tapirs with us? Also, if you have a topic starting with the letter T that you want us to look into, let me know and we can read about it. So far, what we know about tapirs is they're fucking weird. They're just weird creatures. There's a lot happening with these guys. They also have very large penises. And now we know. Uh, now we're reading about their teeth. Let's see. So totaling 42 to 44 teeth, this dentition is closer to that of equids, which may differ by one less canine than their other perissodactyl relatives, rhinoceroses. Their incisors are that's where I stopped, chisel-shaped. Say that 5 times fast. With a third large conical upper incisor separated by a short gap from the considerably smaller canine. A much longer gap is found between the canines and premolars, the first of which may be absent. Tapirs are lophodonts. Lophodonts. They've got molars. And their cheek teeth have distinct lofts, ridges, between protocones, paracones, metacones, and hypocones. All right. Tapirs have brown eyes, often with a bluish cast to them, which has been identified as corneal cloudiness, a condition most commonly found in Malayan tapirs. The exact etiology is unknown, but the cloudiness may be caused by excessive exposure to light or by trauma. However, the tapir's sensitive ears and strong sense of smell help to compensate for their deficiencies in vision. Tapirs have simple stomachs and are hindgut fermenters. That ferment digested food in a large cecum? Is that what that's called? Weird. Who else does this? There are other animals that do this. Wild. That's fucking wild. Let's see. Life cycle. Young tapirs reach sexual maturity between 3 and 5 years of age, with females maturing earlier than males. Under good conditions, a healthy female tapir can reproduce every 2 years. A single young, called a calf, is born after gestation of about 13 months. The natural lifespan of a tapir is about 25 to 30 years, both in the wild and in zoos. Apart from mothers and their young offspring, tapirs lead almost exclusively solitary lives. Behavior. Although they frequently live in dryland forests, tapirs with access to rivers spend a good deal of time in underwater, feeding on soft vegetation, taking refuge from predators, and cooling off during hot periods. Tapirs near a water source will swim, sink to the bottom, and so goofy, and walk along the riverbed to feed, and have been known to submerge themselves to allow small fish to pick parasites off their bulky bodies. Wow. Along with freshwater lounging, tapirs often wallow in mud pits, which also help to keep them cool and free of insects. In the wild, the tapir's diet consists of fruit, berries, and leaves, particularly young, tender vegetation. Tapirs will spend many of their walking hours foraging along well-worn trails, snouts to the ground in search of food. Baird's tapirs have been observed to eat around 40 kilograms, 85 pounds of vegetation in one day. Damn. Tapirs are largely nocturnal and crepuscular. I forgot what crepuscular means. Twilight. Okay, yeah. Although the smaller mountain tapir of the Andes is generally more active during the day than its congeners. They have monocular vision. Copulation may occur in or out of water. In captivity, mating pairs will often copulate several times during estrus. Intromission lasts between 10 and 20 minutes. Cool. Here are their toes. Here's a phlegm response. Here's a tooth. Oh, wow. Big old tooth. This is a tooth from the extinct Tapirus veronis, 12.5 centimeters, 5 inches wide. Damn! About 1 million years old. Alluvial deposits, Florida, United States. Wow. It's a baby. A baby South American tapir with spots and stripes characteristic of all juvenile tapirs. It's interesting to me that stripes and spots are an indication of camouflage. It's like hard to conceive, you know? Adult Malayan tapir, sitting. Habitat, predation, and vulnerability. Let me see. Adult tapirs are large enough to have a few natural predators, and the thick skin on the back of their necks helps to protect them from threats such as jaguars, crocodiles, anacondas, and tigers. The creatures are also able to run fairly quickly, considering their size, cumbersome appearance, finding shelter in the thick undergrowth of the forest or in water. Hunting for meat and hides has substantially reduced their numbers, and more recently, habitat loss has resulted in the conservation watch listing of all 4 species. The Brazilian tapir is classified as vulnerable, and Baird's tapir, the mountain tapir, and the Malayan tapir are endangered. According to a 2022 study published in Neotropical Biology and Conservation, the lowland tapir in the Atlantic forest is at risk of complete extinction as a result of anthropogenic pressures, in particular hunting, deforestation, and population isolation. Interesting. Evolution and natural history. The first tapiroids, such as Heptodon, appeared in the early Eocene of North America. They appeared very similar to modern forms, but were about half the size and lacked proboscis. The first true tapirs appeared in the Oligocene. By the Miocene, such genera as Myotapiris were almost indistinguishable from the extant species. Asian and American tapirs were believed to have diverged around 20 to 30 million years ago. Tapirs later migrated from North America to South America around 3 million years ago as part of the Great American Interchange. We read about that on G Week, I'm pretty sure. For much of their history, tapirs were spread across northern hemisphere, where they became extinct as recently as 10,000 years ago. T. merriami, T. veronsis, and T. copi, and T. californicus became extinct during the Pleistocene in North America. Let me see, do we have pictures of these guys? Just of hooves? Look at that jawbone, damn. Got a skull. The giant tapir survives until about 4,000 years ago in China. Imagine a giant one of these guys. I like that there's just a cartoon. Approximate divergence times based on a 2013 analysis of mtDNA sequences are 0.5 MA year? I don't know what that means. For T. cabomani and T. terrestris, T. pinchoclade. Is it million years ago? Is that what MA is? I cannot remember. T. bardi and the 3 South American tapirs. 9 MA for the branching of T. indicus. T. panchaque arises from within a paraphyletic complex of T. terrestris populations. Moving on. Look at this guy. This is Baird's tapir. This is a mountain tapir. It's the woolliest and most threatened. Oh my god, attacks on humans? Maybe we'll read about that. Tapirs are generally shy, but when scared, they can defend themselves with very powerful jaws. In 1998, a zookeeper in Oklahoma City was mauled and had an arm severed after opening the door to a female tapir's enclosure to push food inside. Wow! The tapir's 2-month-old baby also occupied the cage at the time. That makes sense. In 2006, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez Echandi, who was the Costa Rican environmental minister, became lost in the Corcovado National Park and was found by a research party with a nasty bite from a wild tapir. In 2013, a 2-year-old girl suffered stomach and arm injuries after being mauled by a South American tapir in Dublin Zoo during a supervised experience in the tapir enclosure. Dublin Zoo pleaded guilty to breaching health and safety regulations and was ordered a 5,000 pounds to charity. Damn. However, such examples are rare. For the most part, tapirs are likely to avoid confrontation in favor of running from predators, hiding, or if possible, submerging themselves in nearby water until a threat is gone. Frank Buck wrote about an attack by a tapir in 1926, which he described in his book, Bring 'em Back Alive. Folklore. Tapirs feature in the folklore of several cultures around the world. In Japan, tapirs are associated with the mythological Baku, believed to ward off nightmares. In South America, tapirs are associated with the creation of the earth. And now we know. The more you know, right? Right. Of course, right. That's tapirs for you. Shall we move on to read about tarot? I know Viri can't be here, but this was Viri's topic. Let's read about tarot real quick, shall we? Real quick. Okay. The tarot. First known as Triumphi and later Tarocchi maybe, or Tarot, is a pack of playing cards used from at least the mid-15th century in various parts of Europe to play games such as Italian tarocchini, French tarot, and Austrian Königrufen, many of which are still played today. In the late 18th century, some tarot decks began to be used for divination via tarot card reading and cartomancy, leading to custom decks developed for such occult purposes. Gotta head out. Bye, fun. Thank you for being here. It was so good to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Cartomancy leading to custom decks being developed for occult purposes. And so here we have a selection of trumps from the Tarot de Marseille, a typical 18th century pack. This artwork is beautiful. Like the common playing cards, tarot has 4 suits, which vary by region. French suits in Northern Europe, Latin suits in Southern Europe, German suits in Central Europe. Each suit has 14 cards, 10 pip cards, numbering 1 or ace to 10, and 4 face cards, king, queen, knight, and jack or knave or page. In addition, the tarot has a separate 21-card trump suit and a single card known as the Fool. This 22-card section of the tarot deck is known in divinatory circles as the Major Arcana. Depending on the game, the Fool may act as the top trump or may be played to avoid following suit. These tarot cards are still used throughout much of Europe to play conventional card games without occult associations. I never knew. I mean, it totally makes sense, but I never knew that they were used to play games. I've never heard about that usage or like known about it. It's really funny. It's interesting. It makes sense. I just never knew. Let's see. This is a deck of the 22 Major Arcana cards inspired by the Tarot of Marseille, but with the author's graphic style. Among English-speaking countries where these games are not as widely played, tarot cards are used primarily for novelty and divinatory purposes, usually using the specially designed packs. Some using tarot for cartomancy believe that the cards have esoteric links to ancient Europe, Iran, the Kabbalah, Indian Tantra, or the I Ching. Though scholarly research has demonstrated that tarot cards were invented partly in northern Italy in the 15th century, 16 of the modern 22 Major Arcana cards, and combined with a deck of 4 suits, the Mamluk deck. The Mamluk deck of cards followed the invention of paper from Asia into Western Europe and was invented in or before the 14th century. See playing card, Egypt and following sections. By the late 1300s, Europeans were producing the Mamluk deck with variations to suit the symbols in court cards. Though some believe the usage of tarot for divination did not occur until the late 18th century, evidence of an early tarot deck, each card with an image and verse, was used in divination to determine the querence, is the person making the query, I guess. I've never seen that word before. Prospects in love. Fernando de la Torres' Juego de Naipes, a deck of Spain, 1450, which included, for the first time, an extra trump card and a 32-card deck of 4 suits. And now we know. Hi, Mom! Just popped in to say hi. Can't believe I missed trigonometry. Wow! It's okay, Mom. Thank you for popping by. It's good to see you. We're probably going to wrap up here after this topic, but I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Let's just kind of skip around and see what feels right here. History. Playing cards first entered Europe in the late 14th century, but the origin is unknown. The first records date to 1367 in Bern, and they appear to have spread very rapidly across the whole of Europe, as may have been seen from records, mainly of card games being banned. Little is known about the appearance of the number of these cards, and the only significant information being provided by a text by John of Rheinfelden in 1377 from Freiburg im Breisgau, who, in addition to other versions, describes the basic pack as containing the still current four suits of 13 cards, the courts usually being king, ober, and unter, marshals, although dames and queens were already known by then. Interesting. Did I say? So this is Milanese tarocchi, circa 1500. That's what this picture is. One early pattern of playing cards that evolved was one with the suit of batons or clubs, batons or clubs, coins, swords, and cups. These suits are still used in traditional Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese playing card decks, and are also used in modern occult tarot divination cards that first appeared in the late 18th century. The first documented tarot cards were recorded between 1440 and 1450 in Milan, Ferrara, Florence, and Bologna. Bologna? I'm always unsure how to pronounce it. When additional trump cards with allegorical illustrations were added to the common four-suit pack. These new decks were called Carte de Triomphe, triumph cards, and additional cards known simply as Triomphi, which becomes trumps in English. The earliest documentation of Triomphi is found in a written statement in the court records of Florence in 1440 regarding the transfer of two decks to Sigismondo Pandolfo Malatesta. The oldest surviving tarot cards are the 15 or so Visconti Sforza tarot decks painted in the mid-15th century for the rulers of the Duchy of Milan. Oh man, if Sunny were here. Sunny taught me about duchies one time. I don't remember. A last tarot-like pack was commissioned by Duke Filippo Maria Visconti and described by Marciano da Tortona, probably between 1418 and 1425, since the painter he mentions, Michelino de Bessoso, returned to Milan in 1418, while Marciano himself died in 1425. He described a 60-card deck with 16 cards having images of the Roman gods and suits depicting 4 kinds of birds. The 16 cards were regarded as trumps, since in 1449, Jacopo Antonio Marcello recalled the now deceased Duke had invented a novum quodum et exquisitum triumphorum genus, or a new and exquisite kind of triumphs. Other early decks that also showcased classical motifs included the Sola Busca and the Boiardo Vidi decks of the 1490s. Get some more coffee. Oh God. I have a coaster here that's beautiful. Slice Raven made me a set of coasters, and when there's condensation at the bottom of my glass, it'll like stick to the bottom of the glass, and it's a whole thing. Let's see. In Florence, an expanded deck called the Minciate was used. This deck of 97 cards includes astrological symbols and the 4 elements, as well as traditional tarot motifs. Although a Dominican preacher inveighed against the evil inherent in cards, chiefly owing to their use in gambling, in a sermon in the 15th century, no routine condemnations of tarot were found during its early history. Because of the earliest tarot cards were hand-painted, the number of decks produced is thought to have been small. It was only after the invention of the printing press that mass production of these cards became possible. That makes sense. The expansion of tarot outside of Italy, first to France and Switzerland, occurred during the Italian Wars. The most prominent tarot deck version used in these two countries was the Tarot of Marseille in the Milanese origin. Here we have 3 cards from the Visconti Sforza tarot deck, featuring Ace of Cups, Queen of Coins, and Knight of Staves. Huh. Interesting. They're really cool. They're really pretty. Let's see. Etymology. The word tarot and German Tarot derive from the Italian tarocchi. I'm probably saying all those wrong, P.S. Sorry. The origin of which is uncertain, but tarot was used as a synonym for foolishness in the late 15th and early 16th centuries. The decks were known exclusively as Trionfi during the 15th century. The new name first appeared in Brescia around 1502 as Tarocco. In the 16th century, a new game played with a standard deck but sharing a very similar name, Trionfa, was quickly becoming popular. This coincided with the older game being renamed Tarocchi. In modern Italian, the singular term Tarocco, which as a noun refers to a cultivar of blood orange. The attribute Tarocco and the verb tarocare are used regionally to indicate that something is fake or foraged. This means that directly derived from tarocchi games played in Italy, which Tarocco indicates a card can be played in place of another card. A forged card, a fake card. Interesting. Gaming decks. The original purpose of tarot cards was to play games. A very cursory explanation of rules for a tarot-like deck is given in a manuscript by Marciano da Tortona before 1425. Vague descriptions of gameplay or game terminology follow for the next 2 centuries until the earliest known complete description of rules for a French variant in 1637. The game of tarot has many regional variations. Tarocchini has survived in, I want to say Bologna, but it can't be pronounced that way, right? It's got to be pronounced a different way, right? One of these days I'm going to look it up. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Today's that day. Today's that day. I'm just going to Google that shit. How do you pronounce? It's the way you spell Bologna, but we cannot be saying it right. We cannot be saying it correctly. I cannot be saying it right.
Buongiorno. We are looking at how to pronounce the name of the city in Italy. This is the historic capital of the Emilia-Romagna region in northern Italy. How do you go about pronouncing it? In Italy, in Italian, the name of this city is normally said as Bologna. You do want to stress on the middle syllable.
Bologna.
On the low syllable. Bologna.
Bologna.
Get straightforward once you know.
Great.
Bologna.
Bologna. Okay, got it. Has survived in Bologna. There are still others played in Piedmont and Sicily, but in Italy, the game is generally less popular than elsewhere. The 18th century saw tarot's greatest revival, during which it became one of the most popular card games in Europe, played everywhere except Ireland and Britain, the Iberian Peninsula, and the Ottoman Balkans. French tarot experienced another revival beginning in the 1970s, and France was the strongest tarot gaming community. Regional tarot games, often known as Tarok, are widely played in Central Europe within the borders of the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. And here's a picture of a French tarot game in session. Let's see. I might skip ahead here. There are different decks, which is cool. Here, we'll look at some pictures. Let's look at pictures. So here we have an example of an 18th century Tarot. Very similar to modern day playing cards that we know of, right? Like a standard deck of cards, as it were. This is Salzburg Veduta Trumps, circa 1840. Industrie und Glück Tarot Trumps. The artwork is wild. Sago Trumps. Tarot Nouveau Trumps, circa 1910. Württemberg Tarot cards. Those are cool looking. Yeah, they're like modern day playing cards, right? Kinda, sorta. But prettier. Bavarian Schafkopf Tarot cards. These are Castilian suit cards. These are all beautiful. They're very cool. Spanish deck printed in Valencia. Spanish national pattern. Ooh, this is a pretty one. Piacentine suit cards. Sardinian suit cards. Unsun Karuta deck from Japan, evolved from the extinct Portuguese pattern. Huh. Beautiful. An early prototype for Attilia's tarot, the Justice card. It's a good one. That's it for our little gallery here. Card reading. This is what I'm curious about, how it like developed from being a game to then being used for like divination and occult stuff, you know? The earliest evidence of a tarot deck used for cartomancy comes from an anonymous manuscript from around 1750, which documents rudimentary divinatory meanings for the cards of the Tarocco Bolognese. The popularization of esoteric tarot started with Antoine Court and Jean-Baptiste Alliet, Attiela, in Paris during the 1780s, using the Tarot de Marseille. French tarot players abandoned Marseille tarot in favor of Tarot Nouveau around 1900, with the result that Marseille pattern is now used by used mostly by cartomancers. In occult usage, Attila was the first to issue a tarot deck specifically designed for occult purposes in 1789. In keeping with the unsubstantiated belief that such cards were derived from the Book of Thoth, Attila's tarot contained themes related to ancient Egypt. The 78 card deck used by esotericists has two distinct parts. The major arcana, greater secrets, or the trump cards, consisting of 22 cards without suits. The magician, high priestess, empress, emperor, hierophant, lovers, chariot, strength, hermit, wheel of fortune, justice, hanged man, death, temperance, the devil, the tower, the star, the moon, the sun, judgment, the world, and the fool. It's interesting that they didn't put the fool at the beginning, which I wonder why. Why they put it, because not normally, I don't want to say normally, but when you think of the fool's journey, you think of, I think the fool is number one technically in let's see, one of 78 cards. It's one of 22 major arcana. Yeah, okay. So it's either numbered 0, beginning, or 21. Fascinating. That's really interesting. Did they say anything else about these? It just shows that they're in tarot. We can look at the pictures. So this is the magician. This is Rider-Waite tarot, I do believe. Or at least this is what Rider-Waite is based on. Here's the high priestess. Empress. Emperor, Hierophant, the Lovers, Chariot, Strength, the Hermit, Wheel of Fortune, Justice, Hanged Man, Death, Temperance, the Devil, the Tower, the Star, the Moon, the Sun, Judgment, the World, and the Fool. Let's see. Cards from the Magician to the World are numbered in Roman numerals from 1 to 21, while the Fool is the only unnumbered card. Now I need to look at my tarot cards and see if mine are numbered that way, and I just never noticed. They gotta be, I would assume. Sometimes placed at the beginning of the deck as 0 or at the end as 22. I never knew that. Minor Arcana, Lesser Secrets, consists of 56 cards divided into 4 suits, 14 cards each. See, and so that part, the Minor Arcana, is what is essentially our modern day playing cards is just the Minor Arcana. So let's see. 10 numbered cards and 4 court cards. The court cards are King, Queen, Knight, and Page, or Jack, in each of the 4 tarot suits. The traditional Italian tarot suits are swords, batons, coins, and cups. Okay, so baton instead of wands. Batons, interesting. Cool. Where am I? In modern occult tarot decks, however, the baton suit is often called wands, rods, or staves, while the coins is often called pentacles or discs. Interesting. The terms major arcana and minor arcana were first used by John Baptiste Bitois, known as Paul Christian, and are never used in relation to tarot card games, which operate by a distinct set of rules. Some decks exist primarily as artwork, and such art decks sometimes contain only the 22 major arcana. The three most common decks used in esoteric tarot are the Tarot of Marseille, the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck, and the Thoth Tarot deck. Aleister Crowley, who devised the Thoth, is that how you pronounce it? I want to see what this looks like. Divinatory deck painted by Lady Frida Harris, according to instructions from Aleister Crowley. Huh. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I'm most familiar with Rider-Waite. And then Tarot of Marseille, too. Is interesting. Anyway, Aleister Crowley, who devised the Thoth Tarot deck with Lady Frida Harris, stated of the tarot, the origin of this pack of cards is very obscure. Some authorities seek to put it back as far as ancient Egyptian mysteries. Others try to bring it forward as late as the 15th or even 16th century. The only theory of ultimate interest about the tarot is that it is an admirable symbolic picture of the universe based on the data of the Holy Kabbalah. And now we know. There it is, tarot. The more we know. I think I'm going to end it there for today. I don't think anyone else in chat had a tea topic for me, so I think we'll end it a little early, as in 4 hours rather than like 6 or 7 hours. So if you chatted or you lurked, thank you for doing that. I appreciate you. If you feel so inclined, Friday is my birthday. I'm going to be doing a birthday stream. I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream. Please come help me. Please help me. Link it. Please help me. Link it. Thank you for being here. It's always good to see you. We're going to find somebody to raid. Who's online? Where are we going to go? I don't know. We're going to figure it out. I'm not sure where to go. You know, my heart is telling me let's go hang out with Sister She. If you don't know Sister She is fantastic. I got to know Sister She through Hardcore World of Warcraft. Sorry, the ad is being very loud right now. And she's great. I highly recommend you stick around and check her out and say hi. She's not playing hardcore right now. What is she playing? Monster Hunter, I do believe. She's a wonderful human being. I highly recommend you say hi. Let me see. Yeah, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Thank you again, everyone. I appreciate you. I will be back here on Tuesday, Thursday, and then Friday for my birthday! Which means actually maybe not Thursday. Maybe we'll do Tuesday, Wednesday this week. Anyway, love you all. See you soon. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. Bye! Goodbye. Thank you. Love you. See you soon.